Im neuen Jahr soll für unsere Bürger zum ersten Mal wirklich sichtbar und erfahrbar werden, dass sie in einer echten Gemeinschaft leben. In einer Gemeinschaft ohne Grenzposten und ohne Zollhäuschen.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
We need to keep goods flowing across Europe without obstacles. Just imagine, as we increase production of medical equipment, factories cannot get the components they need in time. Thousands of bus and truck drivers are stranded at internal borders on parking lots, creating more health risks and disrupting our supply chains. In this moment of crisis, it is of utmost importance to keep our internal market going. Protecting people's health should not block goods and essential stuff from reaching patients, health systems, factories, and shops.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Nice story, isn't it? Perhaps you wished it was longer, but it will continue on the stage, so don't worry. And moreover, it will continue in real life, because this is just a snapshot of what transport means. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So welcome everybody to those present in this splendid room in the City Hall of Brussels, and also to the 400 online participants. So I'm looking now at you. Welcome as well. Today we are going to speak about my story and your story, because transport is about our everyday lives. The way we move, the way everything gets in and gets out. I don't know if we have the pictures. I just took today whilst coming here. There were trucks here in front of the City Hall bringing the stage for an event tonight. Here they are. This is transport. So today we are going to celebrate IRU, but actually the whole transport family. It is about all of us. So what will be our journey today? It will be about IRU, the transport sector, and the European Union, and how the European Union has been built also through transport. So we will have three parts of our journey today. The first part will be about the 50 years that we are celebrating today, the history, the way we together work to build the European Union. The second part is about the crossroads. What is the crossroads? The current crossroads. The digital and green transformation that our sector and the entire union and all other sectors are undergoing in the current decade. And then we will finish with trying to guess the future, 2040 and beyond. So I am your host tonight. I'm the General Delegate of IRU to the European Union, and I'm also your co-moderator, together with Dave Keating. Dave, you can stand up. Dave is a correspondent in Brussels for France 24, and he is also a senior editor at Energy Monitor and a very well-known moderator and presenter in Brussels. But now, before we move to the first speaker, I would like to start by thank you, our speaker, because our speaker made possible to be in this room, and he is not only a speaker, but also a host, because this is his house, this beautiful house, and it is also the house of Brussels. So may I invite to address to the audience, Philip Kloss, the Mayor of Brussels.
Thank you very much, dear Vice Prime Minister, dear Minister, dear Secretary of State, dear IRU presidents, representative, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, and you're going to see that there are a lot of events today here in the Grand Place. Is the montage for the ceremony, not for the Belgian cats, but for the Ommegang, the special historic ceremony. But it's true, we celebrated just after the presentation for today, a celebration for our national team in women basketball who won the European Championship. Today, yeah, we are very proud of that. We're very, very proud. Then, welcome to the Brussels City Hall for the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the representation of the International Road Transport Union in what was then known as the European Economic Community. This anniversary celebrates also the 75th anniversary of the International Road Transport Union. Founded in 1948, its aim was to facilitate reconstruction and the sustained recovery of economic exchanges after the Second World War. The European Economic Community, which in 1973 consisted of 9 member states, with a population of almost 200 million citizens, became a union of 27 states with a population of almost 500 million. As a result of the IRTU's harmonization work, national transport laws were converged. Over this period, the face of freight and passenger transport has changed considerably. In line with technical progress and economic development, the growing environmental awareness have also led to a more complementary approach to modes of transport, with competition giving way to partnership. The binding targets for reducing greenhouse gas emission require us all to take collective responsibility and will not be realized without close collaboration with stakeholders. In addition to logistics services, the three-modal terminal in Brussels at the Port of Brussels offers a door-to-door service, a service which is based on a modal transfer from rail to barge to lorry for the first and last kilometers. Reducing congestion in the city means making freight and passenger traffic more fluid. And above all, it is one of the ways of creating the 10-minute city. It offers a polycentric city where services, school, shop, hospitals, cultural and sport facilities are easily accessible regardless of the neighborhood. Rethinking transport is part of rebuilding a resilient and peaceful city. The issues of the environment, transport, and the flexible densification of the city are therefore closely interdependent. As the capital of Belgium and Europe, our cosmopolitan city has strong links both to its hinterland and to its international environment. Brussels has made transport the major issue for its development in the coming years. To illustrate, 500,000 people commute to work here every day. Today, we still hear the echoes of the past, as it was here in the 16th century, that the first modern postal service was set up by the Touren taxi family. They lend their name to the vehicles used to transport individuals across the city, as well as the color of their coats of arms, yellow, which is still widely used today by taxi companies in cities all over the world. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that social progress in terms of working conditions is also a very important part of the adaptation of transport to the new economic context. Our workers are the foundation of the sectors. I wish the IRTU an excellent anniversary and a fruitful working section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are talking about speakers and hosts. We have another host, quite a number of hosts tonight, a distinguished representative of the Belgian government, because Belgium is the home not only of IRU, but also of the European Union. And also a special moment because quite soon Belgium will be at the lead of the European Council. So Belgian presidency of the Council as of January 2024. So may I invite to address us an opening speech, Georges Gilles-Quinet, the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium and Minister of Mobility.
Indeed, welcome in Belgium. Welcome in perhaps the most beautiful place in Belgium. Dear Mayor Claus, dear Philippe, dear Ms. Mayan, dear Mr. Dinescu, and dear audience. Thank you, first of all, to Mrs. von der Leyen for a forthcoming speech and the expression of her gratitude to the transport sector on behalf of Europe. A feeling of gratitude that I share, of course, with those involved in the road transport who have been essential link in the crisis we had to face recently, the COVID crisis and the war in Ukraine. And those also that we are still going through. Like other sectors, the road transport industry today faces a threefold challenge. Designing a model that is sustainable from a climate point of view, fair to its workers, and economically viable. Ecological, social, and economic, these three aspects are closely linked. As global demand for transports continues to rise, the transition to zero carbon via electric or hydrogen is a necessity. Yet, as a green minister, I'm convinced that this is only the last level of the rocket. The foundation of this rocket is, after avoiding unneeded transport by relocating industry here in Europe, is above all transport by train and boat. It's by investing in rail and maritime structure that we are working to make long-distance transport sustainable. We have to make the shift possible. On one hand, what sense does it make today for a lorry to cross not one, but two continents to deliver its goods? On the other hand, trucks are still undeniably essential for local cross-border goods for the last mile, when this is not possible for cargo buys, of course. It's in its complementarity with rail and shipping that the sector must be able to develop. This conviction is reinforced by the fact that the state of our road network, which is saturated, especially here in Belgium, and cannot fit the fantasy of infinite growth for road transport. We see our cities irrigated by lorries carrying fresh food, medicine, and basic necessity of a nice podium for a basket woman. All this goes to show that truckers do essential jobs that require more and more qualifications. And this goes hand in hand with a workload that is not only physical, but also mental. They need to do this job under decent conditions, in line with our local social standards. Stop social dumping. Competition within and outside Europe must stop. At European level, we have adopted ambitious new rules. The mobility packet strengthens the rights of workers in the sector. Now, it's up to us to put them into practice, and that includes an effective control policy. We can no longer allow a minority of companies to distort the rules of competition and exploit lorry drivers in order to undercut market prices. We do not want an economy based on the Uberization of work, especially as these unfair practices only fuel a vicious circle in which we all stand to lose: workers, employers, federation, our economy, the climate, and the planet. Instead of allowing ourselves to be dictated by this vicious circle, we need to reward companies that make an effort and play by the rules. In other words, those that pay their workers with dignity and allow them to return home to their children. We need these drivers on our road, well-paid professionals who do their job under the same social standards as all European workers, not underpaid drivers on whose backs unfair companies get rich. There is a growing shortage of drivers throughout Europe. If you want to attract young people to the profession, also women, we need to get the virtuous circle going again. And that's a collective responsibility. Improve working conditions, offered a decent wage, improving the attractiveness of the sector also means adapting the infrastructure on our motorways, also our responsibility as public authorities, developing training, revising regulation, in particular on driving times and loading and unloading rules and more. I've already alerted the Commission and the Council on 2 occasions on this point. And it's time for the EU to act. I intend to raise these issues with my colleagues during the Belgian presidency of the Council in 2024. On that note, I've been keenly told that I had 5 minutes to complete my speech. I think we are slowly getting to the end, sadly. I would finish with those words too. Ecology, the economy, and social issues are 3 different concepts working towards the same end, to provide a viable Earth for future generations. And I'm convinced that the transport sector will resolutely follow suit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister Jelchine. And now I would like to invite the president of IRU, Radu Dinescu, to address the audience. Radu.
Thank you. Dear Mayor, dear Minister, dear ministers, dear partners, dear colleagues, and dear friends, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today with you all to celebrate this special anniversary. 50 years ago, in this city, in the heart of European Union, IRU opened a liaison office to work with the institutions of then European Economic Community, now the EU. Together we have proposed, developed, implemented, and monitored laws that make European road transport safer, more efficient, and greener. Today, IRU proudly represents 1 million companies active and operating logistic and mobility services with trucks, buses, coaches, vans, and taxi across Europe. Our members include national transport associations, industry groups, and multinational companies in all EU member states. We have to admit that not every organization makes it to such an important milestone. This is proof of the fundamental importance of road transport in how Europe functions, in how its economy works, and in how its people move and interact. Today, we have the opportunity to look back on our many achievements in the EU over the past 5 decades. But it is also the time to look at how we build upon the present, to leave a solid legacy for the next generations to come. Where is our industry headed over the coming decades? How do we keep advancing social inclusion, improve driver conditions, and attract new drivers to the profession? How do we reach carbon neutrality to achieve the decarbonization targets and make our transport networks greener? And how do we digitalize to make transport more efficient and attractive to the younger generation? These questions are what today's event is all about. Moreover, today is a celebration of our sector and of the European Union, which we are building together. And what better message to conclude the opening part of our event than an address from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. I will ask our colleagues to play the President's message, and in doing so, I wish you all an excellent event as we explore the past, present, and the future of the road transport in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister, Ministers, Mayor of Brussels, esteemed guests, it is a pleasure to join you in commemorating the IRU's 50th anniversary in Brussels. Today we celebrate 5 decades of European integration through mobility and trade. Those were turbulent times, the end of the Iron Curtain, several rounds of enlargement of our European Union, more people, more business, more growth, more economies to integrate into our single market. Your business was the lubricant that made it all possible. And this is also the case today. The transport industry plays a crucial role in what is currently the biggest and most important challenge, our generational mission to tackle climate change. With the European Green Deal, we aspire to be the first climate-neutral continent before 2050. And the World Road Transport Organization is an indispensable partner in this journey. Transport still accounts for nearly a quarter of the EU's greenhouse gas emissions. 2/3 of those emissions stem from road transport. And road transport also accounts for the majority of the pollution in our cities. But this is changing fast. From 2030 on, all new buses and 90% of heavy-duty vehicles will be emission-free. So we need to speed up the rollout of recharging and refueling infrastructure. We need to address current driver shortages and to invest in new skills, to operate the new sustainable fleets of the future. And for all that, the IRU is indispensable, as it is uniquely positioned to lead this transition towards net zero. I am deeply convinced that, together, we can master the challenge. After all, you're used to being on the move and finding a viable way to reach the goal. Just look at what you've achieved together these last years. When the pandemic made landfall in Europe, we sustained our logistics chains through innovative green lanes. We kept the single market running. And when Russia invaded Ukraine, our roads not only brought humanitarian relief into a country under attack, but they also brought Ukraine closer into our single market. Road transport is a true lifeline for Ukraine's economy in times of war. I want to thank you all for your commitment to European integration in these testing times, and for your determination to be a driver for the clean transition. We need your expertise and actions to create a Europe that sets new standards in sustainable mobility and competitiveness. So, happy birthday, and thank you very much.
So, as Raluca mentioned, we're going to be guiding you through a kind of time machine this afternoon. As she mentioned also, my name is Dave Keating. I'm going to be guiding us through 3 separate sections as we're looking through the history of the IRU, not just the past 50 years, but really the past 75 years since the IRU's birth. And the first part of our event today is going to look back in time, focusing on 3 momentous eras in EU history. To kick off our walk down memory lane, let's go back to the very beginning of IRU's journey. Umberto Di Preto, IRU's Secretary General, will walk us through the earliest days of IRU and its journey to EU representation in 1973. But before Umberto comes on stage, let's set the scene with a short video.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my very short 3 minutes that I have, I ask you to put your seatbelts on because this is going to have to be very, very fast. I have the pleasure to be able to share with you one of my favorite stories. I have some 5 top ones. 2 of them are about the birth of my sons. This one is about the birth of the IRU because it's a really cool story when you look at it. To understand the birth of the IRU, going back 75 years to 1948, you have to see what was happening in Europe the year before, and that is in 1947, the United Nations created this thing called the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe that was actually established to help rebuild war-torn Europe. Well, in 48, we had member associations or national associations from 8 countries that said, if they're going to talk about our business, we better be at the table, otherwise there could be some very strange policies developed that do not necessarily serve the interests of trade and the transport community. So the IRU was created, and I can say that the representatives of these 8 founding members are with us today, and you can speak to them during the breaks. Today we're 80 members worldwide, so we've grown tenfold and continue to expand. But what we discovered working with United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and at the birth was in Europe, in particular, based in Switzerland and Geneva, any direction you go, you would hit a border. Maybe you hear from my accent, originally from Canada. I only go south and there's one border. Here in Europe, you go in any direction, you're going to hit a border. And the problem we had was, how do you get goods across the border instead of waiting for hours, days, and even weeks? And we invented this thing back in 1949, 1 year after our birth, called the tier system. The tier system allowed trucks to go from origin to destination without any inspections in between. It brought security to trade. And this was important. Think of it. Post-World War II, there were enemies in Europe. And the tier system allowed enemies, once enemies, to begin trading with trust, knowing that the vehicle that would come in would not blow up in their face. Indeed, in the 75 years that we've been running the tier system, we've not had one major security breach. This was the forerunner to eliminating the borders. But before you eliminate borders, you need trust, and that's what the tier system developed. I had the pleasure of giving this story to the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan. Don't be impressed. He was stuck on a plane with me, couldn't escape. And it was fun because when I told him the story, he said, but this is the oldest public-private partnership of the UN history. And I cite him ever since then. He's the one who said that. But ever since, we created the tier system, which became a UN convention in 1959. We developed other conventions together with the UN, hand in hand, whether it be the CMR convention, the ADR convention for dangerous goods, ATP for perishable goods, et cetera, all 56 conventions of the UN. And we've done that with a view, how do we help the road transport industry and trade in general move the economy, but also for social integration and also environmental protection. Going then from the creation of the IRU in Geneva 48 years ago to then we're seeing that things are developing in the European Union, and at the time the EEC, European Economic Commission. And they allowed for liaison offices to be created with industry. And in fact, IRU was one of the first to set up a liaison committee that would liaise with the European community and all its institutions. What you'll hear today is what we've done in those 50 years in the past, but more importantly, we need to say, what will we be doing in the next 50 years? How will we continue to drive progress, prosperity, and ultimately peace? Thank you very much. Dave, back to you.
Thank you, Umberto. So there you had the seeds of the IRU, the seeds of a common European transport system. Now we're going to take a leap forward in time from 1948 to Brussels in 1973. Let's move forward to the first major era in our EU journey today. Through a series of testimonials, we're going to follow 3 milestones in EU development and transport growth. So first, we're going to explore the big jump in the creation of the common transport market and the opening of the intra-EU borders in the 70s and the 80s. We will then move to the fall of the Iron Curtain and EU expansion eastwards in the 90s and 2000s. And then we'll end our history block with testimonials about our more recent history, testimonials showing the resilience and crucial role of the sector and the IRU during the contemporary crises of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. So let's go back to the early 1970s for our first block. As the then European community continued to develop, the common transport market and slowly the common transport policy started developing. The European institutions needed a voice for the road transport sector on an EU level, and that voice became the IRU by opening a liaison office in Brussels. But what did all this mean for the sector? After all, borders disappeared with the creation of the Schengen area. Let's hear from a lawmaker, a transport operator, and an employee's representative about how over those 2 crucial decades, there came a radical shift on how transport, trade, and mobility functioned in Europe. So we'll first welcome Mathieu Jean Hubert Grosch, a former member of the European Parliament from 1994 to 2014, and a prominent Belgian politician during some of these fundamental changes. Mathieu Grosch is also currently the European coordinator for the Orient-East Mediterranean Corridor. Mathieu, I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you very much. Dear Major, dear Minister, dear President, thank you for the invitation. And when I was thinking about the message I wanted to address to you today, I realized that as such, I know the services initiated and promoted by IRU much longer than I thought myself. Because I grew up in a region, German-speaking region in Belgium, near to the German and the Netherlands border. And our everyday life was a cross-border life. And only in my small municipality in the 60s, we saw the creation of about 12 new international transport association enterprise, and we were based there, the largest private public transport company. So transport cross-border was our life. And everybody was speaking about the tier system. Nobody knows the father of the tier system, but everybody wanted to have it. Because, and this was very important, it was a common concept for us that made cross-border traffic more easier. And as you said before, work together with people who fight it against one the other, especially in this area. So really, the IRU is always for me, was already part of our daily life as such, and was a facilitator in a Europe that was very slowly in the creation, very slowly, because if we remember that as such in the Treaty of Rome in 1957, there was already a reference to transport, but it took 3 decades to have real new legislation in transport. So the adoption of the Single European Act in '86, and then, of course, the unanimity rule, which was replaced with a qualified majority, made it easier for us, also in the European Parliament, in the Council, in the Commission, to go further. In this debate, it is, and it was very essential to be able to count on field expertise and experience that went beyond the added value of interest of the national member states who are part of the European Union. IRU, through its international experience and its early commitment, as we saw, to making cross-border transport more efficient, has become an important partner for us. So I appreciated really this partnership during the 20 years of work in the European Parliament, because I am still convinced that fair information you gave brings to good legislation. And this was essential to me and was essential to us. And I had also the opportunity in our region to organize regularly some meetings where you were, your representatives were there, and where we organized a kind of social dialogue. And with this social dialogue, we had a well-balanced opinion on all the new legislation we prepared and which were prepared in the European Commission. I will not give the whole list, but it was rest and drive time, it was safety, it was training for drivers, dangerous goods, weight and dimension, all legislation that come back now in a second and a third reading for the moment. So I think we did very good work because we took really advantage of your expertise and your commitment to this. Now, as a European coordinator of the Trans-European Network, I know the importance of the contribution of trusted players as you are to carry out major European projects, but also, as we heard today, also to be able to respond positively to exceptional crisis situation, like a pandemic situation, like the creation of the solidarity lanes, or like the Brexit we had to manage too. So what I would like to finish, because I had to stick to this 5-minute speech, I would like to congratulate you, of course, and really thank you for the work done for the 50 years. And I hope that you will remain a trusted partner for the next 50 years at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Now, let's welcome to the stage Benny Smets, CEO of Belgian transport company Ninatrans and Vice President of the Federation of Belgian Enterprises. He's also the President of IRU member Febetra. Ninatrans, the company run by Benny, specializes in time-critical national and international transports and was awarded the Best European Road Transport Operator in 2014. And I'll welcome Raluca back to the stage to interview Benny.
Hi, Benny.
Hello.
So your company was created 60 years ago.
Yes.
Of course, you are very young.
To be honest, it made me realize now that since I'm looking back at the creation of the IRU, I was also 9 years at that time. So
thank you for the honesty. But as with many companies in the road transport business, it's a family business. So if not you personally, your family can remember, and you can tell us today, how was it back then?
Well, it is a third generation. So I do remember, and let's take to 1973. I was 9 years old at that time, and I do remember seeing the trucks, living with the trucks and being amongst them. And what I also realized is I enjoyed joining drivers to their trip to Italy or France, and just as a passenger, it was a nice way to look at the world or explore the world. And what I have from memory, being 9 years old, is being in trucks who were really like tractors, very hard, noisy. And I also remember a lot of smoke coming out of them. 260 horsepower was very heavy engines. Now, compared to today, they're more than double. But it was really different from today. What I also realized is if you look at the driver profile from those days, the driver in my memory is a strong, big man with tattoos and mustache and like a cowboy. And I do remember when he left for a long journey, it was like, okay, now you're off and we'll only hear you when you're arrived. So there was no communication, no mobile phones. So he left on a journey. And also when there was a problem, he needed to fix it himself. Tires blew up or even an engine problem. He had to be a mechanic as well. And if you compare to today, this profile has completely changed. Today, it's like you have comfortable trucks. They drive like road cars. The profile also of drivers has changed a lot. You see now that everybody who has the motivation to do it is able to be a good driver for a transport company. So this is really, and also one important element which I should not forget in my memory, I remember long waiting times at the borders, because even if there were documents and it was not the cargo which was inspected, but with the borders you had to do the customs, you had to wait, and the hours waiting is still in my memory for every border you had to cross.
So there are some exciting parts, but there are also some challenges. How did you overcome, or how did your company overcome these challenges?
I am convinced that the European Union has been a step forward, because also before you had the protectionism of each country, and they only were thinking about themselves, and also there being the European Union, it opened the market, it opened the industry, it opened also the economy. And if you talk about the economy, you also have transport needs and logistics. So therefore, it also created a necessity for road transport. And we also grew from a small company to now a company with a few hundred vehicles. So the challenges there also, which I remember, was the different paperwork in the different countries, the limitations, and therefore also I realized that all the efforts also from the IRU and the European Union to uniformize all the documents and the legislation has been a big help. And the reason I remember this is now with Brexit, which has happened a few years ago, I realized, and we forgot how evident it is today, and we now realize how complex this fact that UK has left the European Union has created again also the transport problems that we face there driving up and down to UK.
Thank you very much, Benny.
Welcome, thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, next, let's welcome Roberto Perillo, president of the road transport section of the European Transport Workers Federation. ETF is IRU's long-standing partner, representing employees and employers and working together on the EU's Social Sector Dialogue Committee for the road transport sector. So I'd like to welcome Roberto and a translator who will be interpreting from French.
I speak in French and my colleague speak in English because j'aurais trop peur de faire trop d'erreurs. Merci. Monsieur Dinescu, président de l'IRU, Monsieur De Pretto, secrétaire général de l'IRU, chère Raluca, directrice et déléguée générale, Monsieur Gilles Quinet, vice-premier ministre et ministre de la Mobilité, Monsieur Claus, bourgmestre de la ville de Bruxelles, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos titres, fonctions et qualités. Nous voilà aujourd'hui réunis pour fêter les 50 ans de présence de l'IRU à Bruxelles. Je suis honoré d'être présent et remercie l'IRU pour cette invitation. La politique commune des transports et l'ouverture des frontières a rapidement mis en évidence la quasi-obligation d'ouvrir également au dialogue social entre partenaires sociaux. Même si ce dialogue social a été informel jusqu'en 2000 et a pris son envol officiellement à cette date, il est certain, et j'en suis témoin, étant présent dans celui-ci depuis 1998, que plusieurs avancées importantes au niveau européen sont le fruit du dialogue social. Certes, je représente les intérêts des travailleurs du transport et vous représentez les intérêts des entreprises du transport. Mais nous représentons ensemble le secteur du transport. Et c'est ainsi que le dialogue social doit être vu, comme une synergie. 1 + 1 = 3. Prenons un exemple concret. En 2006, le nouveau règlement sur les temps de conduite et de repos a été adopté. Il est entré en vigueur le 11 avril 2007. L'IRU et l'ETF conviennent en mars 2006 d'une liste de critères que les aires de repos, les parkings, doivent absolument respecter, que les États membres doivent absolument respecter. Ces critères varient suivant la taille et l'emplacement des aires de repos. Ils sont adressés à l'Union européenne qui est compétente dans le domaine de la sécurité routière, et également aux collectivités nationales, régionales et locales des États membres, qui sont responsables du développement régional et de la mise en disposition d'infrastructures adéquates. L'IRU et l'ETF leur demandent d'aménager un nombre suffisant d'aires de repos pour les conducteurs professionnels, qui répondent aux critères définis par les partenaires sociaux. Suite à cet accord entre l'IRU et l'ETF, et à notre travail de lobbying ensemble, le 12 juin 2007, le vice-président de la Commission en charge des transports, Jacques Barrot, inaugurait le premier projet pilote pour des parkings sécurisés sur le réseau transeuropéen, dans le nord de la France, à Valenciennes, l'aire de la Sentinelle. Ce projet faisait partie d'un projet de 5 parkings pilotes construits et équipés en France, Allemagne, Belgique et Royaume-Uni. À cette occasion, le vice-président de la Commission déclarait: l'Union européenne ne fait pas que réglementer le transport routier pour le rendre plus sûr et respectueux de l'environnement. Elle coopère aussi avec l'industrie et les partenaires sociaux pour réaliser sur le terrain des projets concrets qu'améliorent les conditions de travail des transporteurs et la sécurité des marchandises qu'ils transportent. Ainsi, dès les mois prochains, les transporteurs commenceront à avoir sur le réseau transeuropéen une offre de parking mieux adaptée à leurs besoins. Mais l'IRU et l'ETF ne se sont pas arrêtés en si bon chemin. Le 5 juillet 2011, déclaration commune de l'IRU et de l'ETF sur les aires de stationnement plus sûres et sécurisées. Et enfin, en 2019, déclaration commune des partenaires sociaux IRU et ETF demandant le soutien de l'Union européenne et le financement prioritaire d'un vrai réseau d'aires de repos, de parkings sûrs et sécurisés. Si aujourd'hui ce dossier avance, certes toujours pas assez vite à nos yeux, c'est surtout grâce au dialogue social sectoriel européen du transport routier. J'aurais pu prendre également beaucoup d'autres exemples, mais le temps nous est compté et je vous en remercie.
Before we hear the translation into English, just a little explanation about the picture, because you've seen the picture, but many of you didn't understand the background. So you see here, this is Roberto and his son, he says. And one is the IRU representative, one of my predecessors, right? Yeah? Here. Or? No? Right. Here. IRU. Okay, my predecessor here. And this is Jacques Barrault. Okay, and this picture was taken at the inauguration of the first safe and secure truck parking area, which was lobbied for by the social partners, so the unions and the IRU. So it's an example of our collaboration. Now the translation.
Yes, I'm not an official translator, but I'm a colleague of Roberto. Distinguished guests, we are gathered here today to celebrate 50 years of IRU presence in Brussels. I'm honored to be here and thank the IRU for this invitation. The common transport policy and the opening up of borders has made it almost obligatory to open up social dialogue between the social partners. Even though this social dialogue was informal before it officially started in 2000, it is certain, and I can personally testify to this because I have been present in it since 1998. Roberto has been present, not me. That several important advances at European level are the result of social dialogue. Of course, I represent the interests of transport workers, and you represent the interests of transport companies, but together we represent the transport sector. That's how social dialogue should be seen, as a synergy. To put it in a simple way, 1 + 1 = 3. Let's take a concrete example. In 2006, the new regulation 561 on driving and rest times was adopted. It came into force on April 11th of 2007. In March 2006, IRU and ETF agreed on a list of criteria for rest areas and parking lots in EU member states. These criteria vary according to the size and location of the rest areas. They are addressed to the European Union, which is responsible for road safety, and also to the national, regional, and local authorities in the member states, which are responsible for regional development and the provision of adequate infrastructure. IRU and ETF asked them to provide a sufficient number of rest areas for professional drivers which meet the criteria defined by the social partners. Following this agreement between the IRU and ETF and their lobby work, on the 12th of June 2007, the Vice President of the Commission in charge of transport, Jacques Barrault, inaugurated the first pilot project for secure parking facilities on the Trans-European network in Valenciennes in northern France. This project was part of a plan to build and equip 5 pilot parking lots in France, Germany, Belgium, and the UK. On this occasion, the Vice President of the Commission declared, "The European Union not only regulates road transport to make it safer and more environmentally friendly, it also cooperates with the industry and social partners to implement concrete projects in the field that improve working conditions for drivers and the safety of the goods they transport." Over the next few months, for example, drivers will begin to see parking facilities on the Trans-European network that are better adapted to their needs. But the IRU and ETF didn't stop. On the 5th of July in 2011, a joint IRU-ETF declaration on safer and more secure parking areas was made. And finally, in 2019, IRU and ETF social partners made a joint declaration calling the European Union for support and priority funding for a genuine network of safe and secure parking areas. If this issue is making headway today, although still not fast enough in our eyes, it is above all thanks to the European road transport social dialogue. Roberto could have taken other examples, but time is too short. Thank you all.
So, now we're going to jump forward by a decade, entering our next section in our time-traveling journey this afternoon. We're going to explore the fall of the Iron Curtain and the expansion of the Union in the 90s and 2000s. So let's welcome our next speaker, Boguslav Liberadsky, who was a member of the European Parliament for more than 20 years, where he represented Poland as part of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. He was a vice president of the Parliament and currently sits on 2 committees, including the Transport and Tourism Committee. And before that, he was Poland's Minister for Transport for 8 years in the 1990s. Boguslav?
Thank you very much for such a nice introduction. There is nothing to add. Dear Minister, Mayor, President of IRU, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I was given the following, let's say, task. Looking back, building the EU and testimonials. Let me then testify about a little bit. First, thanking for your invitation. Thank you for such a, and let me congratulate for such an outstanding event. Congratulations. It's really absolutely unbelievable. I have been serving, as it was said, as a minister responsible for transport 1989-1997, just after collapse of Iron Curtain and collapse of the Soviet bloc. Newly re-established independent states, including my country, Poland, has started from scratch. Absolutely nothing as far as international road transport is concerned. We were taught at universities how to transform from capitalism to highest level of the welfare, it means socialism, but we were never taught how to come back from socialism to market economy to capitalism. So we had to learn by doing. And what we have achieved, some figures. Poland, my country, 1990, value of Polish export amounted $12 billion. 1920, $326 billion. A little bit more. 1990, 50% of our export, it was raw materials. 16% raw materials. In 1990, we had less than 5,000 heavy trucks owned by 3 state-owned companies. 2006, 146,000 trucks. None, even one single state-owned company. 2020, 505,000 trucks. So it's nothing to compare. You can see how it has been developed. Value of export of our trucking industry, transport industry, last year was $16.6 billion. Total export of Poland, let me remind, 1990, $12 billion. So, incredible success, incredible growth. We made, I do believe, the European Union bigger and more prosperous. The same story concerns whatever you take, Romania, Bulgaria, Baltic states, Hungary, Slovak, Czechs, and so on. Truckers contributed economic growth and European economy. Our objective in our transport policy was increase of our competitiveness, our European competitiveness. It happened. Increase of welfare of citizens. It happened. Generating new jobs. It happened. Hundreds of thousands of new jobs and also shortage of labor. Trucks made Europe, I may say, more available, more accessible in time, in space, and in businesses. Truckers made Europe more integrated and coherent. Truckers made also possible new dimension for location of production, logistic model, and industrial cooperation. Truckers care about climate and environment. Truckers care and about the truck producers because truckers have their requirements. Truckers support and benefit from intelligent transport systems application, and also it was mentioned by my predecessor, social packages. We truckers, we are taxpayers, not subsidy takers. I can assure that even no one single penny was subsidized to the truckers industry in Poland. This is a good reason on anniversary to congratulate industry truckers, to congratulate IRU, because you are really a leading organization. Everybody in Poland is proud being member of IRU. I may tell you even more. In such a popular wording in Polish, nobody says heavy truck. Everybody says tir. Means one vehicle is tir. So take a look how it is important. So first 75 years, it means good starting point, very high level of our flying. The second 75 years, it will be even higher. Let me conclude. My conclusion has two versions. Version first, without trucks, Europe collapses. Or maybe a little bit softer. Without trucks, Europe cracks. Thank you for invitation, for attention.
Thank you very much, MEP Liberatsky. I think you can hear there, you had the preparation during that first period we were talking about, and then all of a sudden, we had to apply what had already been put in place in a smaller EU to a larger EU, an EU that had had its borders dramatically expanded. So, let's next welcome Yves Manet. Yves is a former president of the Belgian Federation for Bus and Coach, one of the IRU's founding members back in 1948. Yves has had many offices in IRU over the years, most notably as vice president of the IRU and president of the IRU's Passenger Transport Council. And I'll welcome Raluca back onto the stage to ask Yves some questions.
Hi, Yves.
Hi, Raluca. How are
We've
you?
heard a lot about trucks, right?
Yeah, but I will speak only about buses and coaches. You know me.
No disappointment, Yves. Happy to hear about buses and coaches as well.
Yeah.
So, back then, I think also before the Iron Curtain, there used to be coaches crossing borders. But how was it?
Well, first of all, allow me to, of course, congratulate you and IRU with this birthday.
Thank you.
And I would like to have one memory for all the IRU people who have done the job before you, and not only in the office, but also people from the member associations. Without their job, we wouldn't be here. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of them as I joined the FBAA in 1977, so only 4 years after the IRU
opening
office.
of the office. Yes.
Yeah. So I learned a lot, but you asked me how it was with the fall of the Iron Curtain.
Yeah.
You know, coaches, mainly, they remain to the continent where they are. So that meant that the fall of the Iron Curtain, and also I would take the enlargement of the EU to the 10 new member states, that meant that the activity field of the coaches suddenly doubled. And it was even more than that, because it was not only the Western European people and coaches who could rediscover cities such as Prague or Krakow, but you had also a huge movement in the other direction, with the Eastern European people who could come at least to Paris, to Brussels, and so on. I would say it was not only a question of tourism, there was also a boost in international scheduled services. Because we may not forget that at that moment, low-cost airlines were not known at the extent we know today. And especially when the borders opened for the workers, we saw a lot of them coming to Western European countries aboard our coaches. But of course, it was not always easy because there were many hurdles to be overcome. I remember one example, Belgian coaches going to Prague, and a lot of them being stopped at the Czech border. Do you know why? Because aboard there were always one or many passengers that had forgotten in the early days they needed a passport to get there, indeed.
Yes. And how did the sector overcome? What was the role of the federations? Because beforehand it was mainly trucks, but in the 70s, gradually we have become also the voice of passenger transport. So what was the role of IRU and federations in overcoming these problems?
Well, I would say that it was a complete new world. There was one main word, 10, and it's still the same today, and it's trust. Why? Because we suddenly had new colleagues who came to us, people who had grown up in a complete different culture. We had to know each other, and we had to work together towards a green, safe, and comfortable passenger transport throughout the member states. It was not easy because we needed for those people to learn them what was the acquis communautaire, as is so well said. And the IRU understood in the early days that they needed to do an effort towards that direction. And they had to learn those people, to tell them what it was all about, and also we had to trust those new people. What was the solution? The IRU was aware of that, and they decided to hire someone coming from one of the member states. His task in the beginning was not easy, especially as he was coming from the East, and some of the Western European associations looked at him more or less like, I will say, like a KGB guy. But the guy, he did a hell of a good job, because I won't tell his name, but people in this room will understand who I'm talking about, because he is still working for IRU. And all this because he managed to gain the trust of everybody.
Very powerful example. Thank you very much, Yves.
Thank you, Raluca.
So next we're going to hear from Krzysztof Dakowicz, CEO and President of the Board of Adampol, a Polish freight transport and logistics operator. Adampol is a leading logistics company in Europe, established in 1990 in Poland. It specializes in transporting passenger cars, delivery vans, and semi-trucks, as well as general cargo across Europe and Asia with customs, warehousing, and terminal services. And Raluca will be asking him questions again.
Hi, Krzysztof.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody.
So your company was set up in 1990. Was it a coincidence?
I think no, but before I answer this question, maybe I will introduce myself. My name is Krzysztof Dakowicz. I am CEO of Adampol, and I have been working for this company since '96. So I was not at the time of 1990 in the company, but I know the legend because I have closely worked with Mr. Adam Beglewski, who was the founder of this company, or who is the founder of this company. Still also the advisor of the management board of Adampol, active in the daily operations of our company. And coming back to your question, of course, the year 1990, after the peaceful transition, and I would like to underline the word peaceful transition, because when we see today the situation in the East, it was not so clear, or it is not so clear. After the peaceful transition from the communist regime to the market economy, was possible to set up the company in Poland. And Mr. Adam's dream was to create the bridge between Western Europe and Eastern Europe, and bringing the cars from the West to the East by car transporters. You can see almost the first one, car transporters. And the main business, or the core business at the time, was the was the road transport, and the tier convention played a very significant role for us, because for the transportation of cars we used this carnet tier, and it was really good collaboration between Adampol and ZMPD, the member of IRU, and without this collaboration it would not happen. Yes.
It's difficult to imagine nowadays, but also Mr. Liberadzki was saying, right? So 3 companies in Poland all state-owned. So now it's quite difficult to imagine how it was back then.
But maybe just a short interruption.
Sure.
I don't remember exactly from the legend, but I think we were the number 421 registered in ZMPD. Our member number is 421. That means that 420 companies were faster than Adampol to be a member of IRU in Poland. Yes.
Yes. But we heard about, you told us about a lot of good things which happened, also the opening of the Schengen, the inclusion of Poland to Schengen, which came a little bit later than the 1990s. But what were the challenges? There must have been challenges too, right?
Yes, for sure. In the 90s, the challenges, but I don't want to say the same or to answer the same answers as the previous speaker about the Western Europe companies. At the time, we had to wait on the borders. We had to make the custom clearance on every border with carnet tier, but we had also to provide with road permits to enter every country. For example, going from Poland to Slovenia to Port of Koper, we had to have free permits for the road for Czech, for Hungary, for Slovenia, and free boarding crossing points to go from one point to another. And it was a big challenge, especially without mobile phones. And the mobile phones in the 90s were, also in the beginning of 90s, were very expensive and not so popular. Just the first mobile phone we bought in the 98 for our drivers, but it was a challenge to perform such long distance transportation without the current technology. And at this regard, also at this topic, ZMPD and IRU helped us to provide us with the cutting edge technology and cutting edge products. It was also important for us. And of course, the joining European Union, it was the game changer for us, because and also Schengen zone, because we couldn't enter every country without border controls. For the European transport, we don't need any road permits anymore, and it was much easier, much smoother. And together with the development of the technology, electronic maps, digital maps, and GPS system, everything changed to the success of Adampol. And to sum up, without the collaboration with ZMPD and without joining European Union, Adampol would have not been so successful as it is today. Yes.
For those who don't know, ZMPD is IRU's member from Poland, the Federation of Polish transport companies.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now, next, Raluca is going to interview Florence Dupasquier, who is CEO of the Samat Group and Vice President of IRU French member FNTR. She's also President of the French Association for the Transport of Dangerous Goods and Vice President of the National Federation of Road Transport. Family-owned Samat was created in 1979 and is now recognized as the European leader in the transport of sensitive products, with more than 2,600 employees spread over 10 countries in Europe. So Florence and Raluca.
Thank you.
So Florence, we are still in the 1990s.
Yes.
But now we are moving from we are moving from the
not born, but okay, I'll try. Yeah.
But as with Benny, right? So it's a family-owned business, and you have all the memories of your family and your companies coming along. So now we are moving, as I said, from the east to the west. So we heard from Krzysztof what the fall of the Iron Curtain and the enlargement meant from a company in Poland. What did it mean for you, a company, an international company, but headquartered in France.
Yeah. So Samad Group, yes, is a family-owned company. It was created by my father in 1979, so 6 years after IRU. We are specialized in the sensitive and hazardous goods transportation. And with the enlargement of European Union, that helps to develop the business. And my father bought some company during this period. So we started with Spain, Portugal, and UK, and then I keep on the job since he passed away in 2002. So I am in charge of the company since more than 20 years now. And so we are now present all over Europe, from the south, Portugal and Spain, to the north, with Finland, Sweden, Norway. You can see a picture of Finland, Estonia, and also in Poland. And for the east part, in Poland, I was 2 weeks ago in Poland to celebrate the 25th birthday of the subsidiary. And we started in this country, we created a subsidiary because we were asked by one of our customers, Shell Gas, to come in this country with them. And so we did it. Yeah. And then since that time, we keep on developing the business with new customers, and we are still there and still a big player in that country. Yeah. Mm.
But what are the challenges at the time? Because I hear good things. You all start with the good things, which is good, but yeah. What were the challenges?
I think the most challenging in an extended market is to stay competitive. And part of our DNA in Samad, inside the group, is a high level of quality and security, because it's hazardous goods, once again. So we keep on investing on new trucks, new trailers. We invest a lot on training drivers, planners, to try to keep a very high level of quality, security, and try also to offer to a customer a same level in each country where Samad was implanted. And I think it works. I can say that today, yes.
And you are personally quite embedded in the association culture, yeah, as well, because yeah, FNTR, so federations, and then IRU. You won't escape this question, so
no, I will not.
What do federations and IRU mean for your business?
I think, like my father, and I have that in my DNA, to try to be invested for the sector. And as I heard, sector transportation is crucial. I would say it's the backbone of the economy. And through the FNTR, so the French National Transportation Road Association Federation, which was a founding member of IRU, yeah, and who has representatives here in Brussels from more than 20 years. They are here, and okay. And yes, I think it was also a way to have discussion with other federations in Europe and try, even if at the beginning, and it's sometimes not very easy, but we have to talk, to discuss, to build the future, and try to exchange. And finally, IRU is our voice of all the national association for the European part, and we can build the future together, and we built it in the past.
Thank you very much, Florence.
You're welcome.
So far we've been hearing about times past. We've been saying our memories of those times, what our connection to were those times, but sometimes we either didn't live through those times or they're distant memories. But now we're going to switch to something which we all definitely did live through, and we all have very vivid memories of, and that is the crises of the past 3 years, the pandemic and the Ukraine war. These have been extraordinary times for both the EU as a whole and the road transport sector, to be hit with these double whammies, 2 in a row. So in honor of their extraordinary effort, the IRU recently awarded the Grand Prix d'Honneur to the world's professional drivers for their bravery, courage, and resilience in driving throughout the pandemic and supporting rescue and humanitarian efforts in and around Ukraine. Let's take a moment to revisit these times in this video. Not easy stuff there. It took extraordinary efforts to keep things functioning at an unprecedented time when the world's governments, the world's people, just really didn't know what to do. We had not been faced with a situation like COVID in the modern era, and certainly war returning, a land war returning to the European continent on a wide scale. Also, a situation that people had to grapple with very quickly. So now that we've seen in images some of these extraordinary acts of bravery, let's hear some testimonials from transport companies who went through these difficult times with resilience and success. Our first speaker is Laura Lane, Executive Vice President and Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Officer for UPS. As many of you know, UPS is a long-standing IRU member. Laura oversees public policy and government affairs, communications, sustainability, community relations, and the UPS Foundation, and is a member of the UPS's executive leadership team, reporting to CEO Carol V. Tomé. And so Raluca will be asking Laura some questions.
Hello, Laura.
Hi.
So we are talking about difficult times now.
Mhm.
We're talking about the pandemic. UPS is a company with complex operations. You have road, you have air. What did the beginning of the pandemic, that really first phase, what did it mean for your operations?
For our operations, it meant everything because our goal was to try to deliver hope. In the middle of the crisis, you had countries saying that they were going to close down borders, no ability for people to be moving, everybody under lockdowns, shortages of goods from hand sanitizers to masks to ultimately vaccines having to be distributed around the world. It meant a lot of obstacles for our company to keep e-commerce and commerce moving, and also to be that solution that I think the world was looking for, that hope in terms of how we were going to get through this crisis, not within our national boundaries, but as a global community. And for UPS, it was about solving that problem. And I'll have to tell you, IRU was our partner in finding those ways forward.
So that's exactly, if you can elaborate a little bit more. So how did you solve it? What brought light?
Well, I mean, we heard Roberto say it isn't just about the trucks, but the courageous drivers that were moving goods, or the courageous pilots that were in our aircraft helping to keep things moving. We had to figure out ways to convince countries that it was better not to close down their borders. It was important to designate transport companies and our people who moved those different vehicles around the world, having them have the ability to cross those borders, not have to be subject to incredibly onerous testing requirements and all kinds of additional papers. When I think about the partnership that we had with IRU, it was about taking that tier system and creating a new elaborate system built on even more trust, so that people who were fearful of what the virus could mean if it crossed borders understood the vital role that transport and the transport companies could play in finding the solution to the other side of the crisis. And I have to say, what we did together is we established those EU green lanes that allowed for our people to be able to move across borders. We established those protocols, working with those customs officials to say, we are transporting vital goods, be it PPE, those masks or hand sanitizers, or those vaccines that we couldn't afford to have held at the borders. They had to be temperature controlled and delivered just in time. Those ventilators, when the hospitals ran out, we couldn't wait for them to be delivered. We needed partnership with the military, with the police forces, with customs, and with the policymakers to say, let transport keep moving. Let those people that are delivering those goods keep going. And guess what we delivered together? We delivered hope, and we found the other side.
That's a very good conclusion, I would say, to this. And interestingly enough, we will have also the representative of the European Commission who personally also helped the sector quite a lot. I'm not telling her name yet. You will hear from her soon. Any more details about the vaccines?
So the vaccines were a really exciting project.
You saved the world. So what about that?
We did it together, right? Yes. We were a part of Operation Warp Speed, which was an initiative to try to develop the vaccines faster than anybody could imagine. Well, to get them to production, you had to do all the clinical trials in the middle of a pandemic. So we were involved in moving all the different testings and the vials to get enough of the science behind how these vaccines could be safe. And then the minute they were able to be produced, we were a part of ensuring that the supply chains were fully filled with the vials and the testing that needed to be done, or all the medical instruments that needed to be in to inject those vaccines. We were involved in all of that so that we could ensure that not just vaccines stayed from wherever they were being manufactured, but they could get to everywhere around the world. And what I'm proudest of is our company got the opportunity to play a part in that effort. We delivered over 1.5 billion vaccines to 110 countries around the world, and not just here in Europe, but countries like Cameroon, Malawi, the farthest flung places, because we knew that until everyone was safe, we would not get past this pandemic. And we were there to be able to deliver those vaccines.
Thank you.
Transport right at the middle of it all.
Yes. So, thank you so much, Laura. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And for sure, sometimes it was an uphill struggle to try to get national governments to resist that instinct to close national borders. It took a lot of convincing by the IRU. It took a lot of convincing by the Commission, as we saw before in that video clip from Ursula von der Leyen from the time, where she's really pleading with governments not to close borders. So next we're going to hear from Jos Salas. He's an associate partner at Salas Lentz and vice president of FLEAA in Luxembourg. Now, since 1993, Jos has been a shareholder in Salas Lentz Group, a family-run company based in Luxembourg, which is active in various sectors, including transport, mobility, and tourism, with a team of over 1,400 employees. And Raluca will again be asking some questions.
Hi, Jos. Your company is active in the full range of people's mobility. But when we think of the beginning of the pandemic, the beginning of the pandemic brought different things to the various types of mobility of people. So how was it for your urban transport segment?
So yes, of course, it was a period of uncertainty. And it was the major word we can use for this period because it was uncertainty for the authorities on what public transport will be delivered. It was uncertainty for the planning guys who said, okay, on what level, how many drivers do we have? Who are the drivers who are prepared to jump in and to, at certain moments, say, I take the risk and we will deliver.
What about the coach business then? We know it has been severely hit, but how was it for you?
For the coach industry in Europe, I would say the beginning of the pandemic was an economical disaster. So activities were at zero, and so a number of investments have been done. For our group, for instance, at the very day when it was declared that no one can be on the road with coaches, we had been delivered a number of new vehicles. And so it was really a lot of question marks that had been put. And at that time, it was not only for the coach industry, let's say tourism part, but also for the regular lines. And so it was really a period where we said there were ups and downs afterwards. Some countries opened the borders again. Can we make these trips or not? And we have to be flexible. Here on this picture, you see we converted coaches into classrooms because there was a lack of classrooms in Luxembourg.
That's quite creative, converting a coach into a classroom.
We had to get somewhere
to make business,
to get the coaches paid, and so,
Yeah.
so there were a lack of classes because the classes had been put smaller, and so we converted them and rented them to municipalities.
And I know your company has also been involved in transport of refugees from Ukraine. Perhaps you can share with us this experience too.
The third part was, here you can see where our Prime Minister is being at a vaccination bus that we also converted at that period. What the war concerns, of course, I would say the major part was that it was the humanitarian approach. So as a company, we said, okay, we had been contacted by Ukrainians living in Central Europe, and we had a number of coaches going there. And it was tremendous to see the drivers were volunteers to go there. They didn't want to have a salary to do this. And it was also in the company where people get involved in this. And when these people from Ukraine came to Luxembourg back, they're getting help from staff from our company. So it was really a huge challenge also for us. Logistics, as you can see, it was not only the people and what coaches are going there because they're not coming just with one luggage, but it was a nice sign to see on how solidarity can be lived.
You told me that that was a nice story, so if you allow me, I can tell it. Some of these refugees that were transported were integrated and found a job in your company. Yes,
exactly. And so this is also a nice story about this because, of course, it's about people and then you get to know them. And there were quite a number of interactions. And for us, it was a pleasure. And then still today, there is this atmosphere of helping, which is in the DNA of our company. And some of these people indeed are working for us today.
Thank you very much, Os.
Thank you.
So next, let's hear about what the situation was like for the logistics sector during the pandemic. I'd like to welcome David Marek, who's project manager at ML Logistic Group, a Czech transport and logistics services company, which specializes in the transport of fresh food, pharmaceuticals, automotive parts, chemical and petrochemical products. David? And Raluca will again be asking questions.
Last time I asked questions. Before the second block. So, David, your company is transporting various types of goods.
Yeah.
So how was the beginning of the pandemic for your business?
So at the beginning, it was a huge mess.
How surprising.
Yeah, we have troubles in our company that our government decided to make independent decision and close the borders immediately. So thanks to our road transport union, Česká Bohemia, which explained to them that it's not possible to close it because after that people start to buy everything from the shops. So it's start that some goods were not available at this moment.
Shortages,
shortages.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this is the start of pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So it was only internal decision, but at least it started somehow.
Mm-hmm.
we are looking for some decision from European Union, some common decision, some rules that go through borders. So then when come the green lanes, it helps us a lot.
And I know your company is also involved in the transport of grains from the UK. We keep seeing a lot of sophisticated mechanisms there and machines. That's for the grains, I assume. What can you share with us about that?
Yeah, it was exactly 1 year ago when a Ukrainian company contacted us and asked if we can solve their trouble to export the grain from Ukraine to Germany and Italy through their ports. So at that moment, there is no possibility to use like standard transport mode by sea or by rail because of less food rail wagons or because of close corridors on the sea. So we use our experience with intermodal solution and combining the road, rail, and also spreading the volume over several terminals in Europe. We could cover the requested volume. So together with our partners, we set up the complete logistic chain. And the first train started at Ukraine border 20 days after the first customer contact. And for your information, one train means 1,200 tons of grain. What I can also say it's 1.2 million kilograms of grain.
Okay, thank you very much, David.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, I'd like to welcome our final speaker who's going to reflect on these past 3 years, Elisabeth Werner, who is Deputy Secretary General for Policy Coordination at the European Commission. As Raluca mentioned earlier, she was really in the heart of these discussions when all of this was going on. She's an Austrian national and was previously Director for Land Transport at DG Move, a role which of course brought her into close contact with the IRU and the commercial road transport sector, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Elisabeth, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I feel that the films that you have shown and the testimonies given actually say more than what I can put in words. But what is clear is that the recent crises have been a real game changer and have thrown us all into new ways of working. So traditionally in the European Commission, we were typically the regulator. We were your regulator in as much as this concerns driving times and working conditions and driving licenses and a lot of safety provisions. We were also involved in the funding, and previous speakers have mentioned, for instance, the safe and secure parking. But then came COVID. And it threw ourselves, as well as I think every one of us individually, but also every company, into completely new waters and into completely new ways of working. So let me briefly tell you indeed about my own experience. In early 2020, when the first COVID cases were reported in Europe, the national member states' reactions was to close the borders. And in reaction to that, we set up the green lanes because we wanted to keep at least freight moving, even if people couldn't move anymore because of the pandemic. And we needed to make sure that essential goods continued to be available. And Laura mentioned this already. And I'm very pleased because a success has many mothers and fathers. So we set up the green lanes and we wanted to make sure that crossing a border would not take more than 15 minutes, including all the necessary check. And that took us a lot of work, indeed, with the carriers, with the officials, with the member states who needed to be reassured that in those times of crisis, public health would not be at risk, and also for the drivers and their basic health conditions and safety conditions would continue to be guaranteed. And we had a really, really strong partner in IRU on our side at those times. And we had a really operational role, something that we had never done before. We spent hours and hours monitoring the traffic and the conditions and calling people. And I really remember at these moments in spring when I had a company calling me who said, I have liquid chocolate in my truck. I'm standing at the border. In 3 weeks, it's Easter. Please do something. And we did. And now again, the next crisis started in February 2022. This time there was Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the war and the impact it had on food security and also on energy. And previous speaker, David, just mentioned this. In response to the Russian blockage, the Black Sea ports couldn't be used anymore for Ukraine to export its grain. And again, building on this previous experience, we set up what we now call the solidarity lanes to provide an alternative route to help Ukraine export its agricultural produce to the world market, but not only, also for them to import essential goods. And President von der Leyen referred to it as an essential lifeline. So 1 year on, the solidarity lanes have transported millions of tons of goods, agricultural, humanitarian, fuel, fertilizers, worth billions of euros in both directions. And once again, we find ourselves quite operationally involved, monitoring the delays at the border, because every hour lost in a queue increases the costs and diminishes the profits and makes the goods less competitive. And so we are again at the center of a network trying to make sure there are no bottlenecks and there are no hiccups, and most of all, to rally everyone around that common purpose, because for us it's an expression of solidarity with Ukraine and we're there to find solutions. So at the occasion of your 50th birthday to IRU, I want to say 3 words as how we in the Commission look at your trade. It is vital, it is vibrant, and it is versatile. It's vital because, as was said many, many times, it connects people, it connects regions, it connects member states. Without transport, there would be no single market. So as we celebrate the 30 years of the single market, it is a good moment also to celebrate transport companies and transport workers who have ensured that it has become a success story. But it's also vibrant because it's such a key sector for the economy. 6 million people, 2 million companies, depending on how you count them. It's really very important, underpinning all the rest of the business. And it is versatile, and that's really what has been shown in these previous testimonies. It's an extremely agile sector. You have adapted time and time again to the necessities, to the circumstances. And that's also actually what I wish you for the next 30 years. I hope that you will continue with the well-known agility against the backdrop of the biggest crisis of our times, and that is the climate change. And I know it's a lot of uncertainty also for you in this transition towards smart and zero-emission mobility and getting away from the fossil fuels. But it is really by adjusting that we can make sure that we are prepared for the future, and we want to be a strong partner for you in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you to all of our speakers in this first part of the program who have taken us through this time-traveling journey from 1948 to today in the present in 2023. That brings us to right here, right now, where we are. What is in your immediate future is a coffee break just outside. We're going to take a coffee break now that's going to last until 4:10, and then we're going to be back here in the room, back here at 4:10 for the next session, which will be looking at the present situation for road transport in Europe. So we'll see you back here shortly. Enjoy the coffee break.
So welcome back. Did you enjoy the past? The travel through the past? Then welcome to the present. So you heard, I think, the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, she was calling for working together for a green Europe. And she called our sector 2 times in her speech indispensable to move to the green transition. So this is exactly what we are going to talk about in this session. And we'll talk about together with representatives of governments, of transport operators, energy company, and with you. So before we actually go to the panel, there is an important detail which perhaps some of you noticed in the title of this session or not, which is not only about green, it's also digital. And it's important to also speak about digital because decarbonization and digitalization often come together, and digitalization is all about transport efficiency. But I don't want to anticipate more because we'll also have some questions for you, the audience. So before inviting the panel members on the stage, I would like first to invite you to watch a message which was sent to us, and unfortunately he apologizes, but he can't be here today, by David Lucas Paron. David Lucas Paron is the Secretary of State for Transport, Mobility and Urban Agenda in the Spanish Ministry of Transport. As many of you know, Spain will take over the presidency of the Council in a few days from now on. Unfortunately, there were some urgent matters which held David Lucas, and he couldn't join. But you will hear his message and see his message in a moment. Can we play the video, please?
Dear Secretary General Humberto Di Pietro, dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to have the chance to say some words in this celebration of the 50th anniversary of the International Road Transport Union in Brussels. As we all know, road transport is key for Europe, not only because of its contribution to the European single market, but also because it connects our regions and people. The contribution of IRU to this matter has been outstanding, helping professionals and business from all over the world come together in bringing development about by road. I'm also glad to open this second part of the event, dedicated to the challenges that our sector is currently facing, specifically decarbonization and digitalization. These 2 topics are the core of the upcoming Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, as they follow the priorities of the current European Commission as well. Decarbonization and digitalization are cross-cutting issues that we will intend to address and drive in a coordinated and coherent manner, with a close collaboration between all administration and sector involved. Nevertheless, our presidency will also prioritize a third and fundamental element for the fair development of the transport sector, with its people-centered approach. As we have been doing in the past, we will work closely with the sector, collaborating and trying to reach consensus in the face of the important issues ahead. As IRU and everyone here now, there is a lack of professionals in our sector, which is a great challenge. We think it is necessary to make the sector appealing for young people so that they get involved in it, and we are going to bring this topic to the informal meeting of transport ministers in Barcelona next September, in the hope that we can help to find common solutions. Decarbonization and digitalization, as I mentioned, are also a driving force of the initiative that the Council of Transport within its competencies is going to release under the Spanish presidency. This is the case of the green transport package that we will present the next 11th of July, which aims at a more sustainable transport model and which contains two initiatives directly affecting the road transport sector: the review of the directive of weights and measures and the review of the directive of combined transport. The review of the directive on weights and measures is among the priorities of the Spanish presidency when it comes to road transport and is also coherent with the priorities of the European Commission. The goals proposed with this review are truly relevant. Let me stress two of them. First, to achieve a single international market where every operator and professional can compete equally. For that, the proposed revision of the directive includes measures to harmonize weights and dimensions across Europe. Secondly, to reduce greenhouse gas emission and increase energy efficiency. For that, promoting the use of zero-emission heavy vehicles. We believe that this action will greatly contribute to the decarbonizing our route transport. The other proposal on which the Spanish presidency will truly work within the greening transport package will be revision of the combined transport directive. We are fully aware that it's not an easy matter, but Spain firmly supports transport intermodality as means of collaboration and efficiency between all three modes of transport: road, maritime, and rail. This intermodal cooperation can contribute to decarbonizing transport, but above all it introduces other ways of managing the transport chain, making it more inclusive without leaving any mode of transport behind. Therefore, the Spanish presidency is determined to work towards making progress in this area. To conclude, I would like to reserve how honored I am to being able to take part in this event that I'm sure will be absolute success in coming to solutions for the challenges of road transport to which the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union will do its best to contribute as well. Thank you very much.
Now that we heard the message of the government from Spain, the upcoming presidency, we are moving from the south of Europe to the east and north of Europe. And I would like to invite with us here to address to the audience the Minister of Transport of Lithuania, who made us the honor to be today with us, Marius Kodas. Marius.
Good afternoon to everyone, dear distinguished guests. Raluca advised me to start by saying that our transport sector isn't doing anything to decarbonize and digitalize. But of course, it's a joke to attract your attention. But I would like to use the following several minutes to reflect on the role of transport in shaping the world that we are currently live in. Strategically, I dare to say it is hard to find a more important policy tool than transport. Transport helps and enables, quite literally, carrying and spreading the ideas and the rules that upkeep the world order. Along with other indispensable institutions of the 20th century, the European Union, NATO, IMF, World Bank, Council of Europe, and other, IRU has established itself as an indispensable part of the post-war recovery efforts. As a catalyst, of unprecedented economic progress in large parts of the world, as a supporter of liberties through infrastructure, robust connectivity and supply chains, and also as a driver of innovation of the automotive industries and of major economies in the industrialized world. Yet, as the free world was enjoying ever-diminishing frontiers and borders, the part of the world I come from still was under the laden darkness of the Iron Curtain. Now, as we see attempts to build new walls, to challenge the rules that served us all so well, can we stay aside? And my answer is obvious: no. We have to stay on our values-based course and help countries that seek cooperation, not confrontation. Suffice it to say that in the wake of Russia's war in Ukraine, liberalized road traffic agreements have been agreed upon with Ukraine and Moldova. These were heralds of the country's association agreements with the European Union. The latter, in turn, is a precursor of the country's future membership in the European Union. Turning to an even broader agenda, now, as climate change has been widely recognized as the main global threat and challenge, IRU is the place and institutional setup where it is especially pertinent to discuss it. Transport, and especially road transport, is both part of the problem, but also part of the solution here. Because road carriers are also drivers of innovation. New mobility from electricity to hydrogen is future in the making. And when one of my country's transport companies orders 600 electric trucks, and this is only one of many companies, it is future that's a real game changer that we can observe. I dare to say that this community here has already made its choice clear. Road transport can be the beacon of change for other sectors to follow. With our continuous effort and progressive attitude, we can build the European road transport systems based on the long-term vision and non-stop improvement. And I'm sure we will discuss all the challenges and what we are doing here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marius. Good that you already took a seat, because I would like to invite the other panel members to join Marius on the stage. Can you please come? Teresa as well. I don't know where Teresa is. Okay, just take your seats. And in the meantime, before we actually turn to the panel, Thomas, sorry, here, because I have my tablet there, so don't steal my tablet, please, because I'll get the questions from the audience. So before I turn to the panel members, I am turning to you, the audience, those in the room and those in front of your screens, and I have a question for you, a Slido question. So you can see already the question, and the way to reply to this question, if you paid attention, perhaps not, but you can now, on your chairs when you came, for those here in this beautiful room, you had the program printed, and on this program there was a code. Can you please have a look? So on the program there was a code. If you scan that code with your mobile phone, you will get access to Slido. And there you will see this question, and you'll have the possibility to reply. For those at home, I think they already started voting, because they can see at home or in the offices, of course. Not everybody's teleworking, right? So you can see the question on the screen. So the question is, to what extent can digitalization contribute to the decarbonization of transport in the current decade? We are not yet 2040 and beyond. That will come in the next block. A lot, partially, not much, or I am not sure. So we see already 86, 88 is changing quickly. Participants have already voted. And 45, these shades of green are difficult to detect, right? They are quite close. So what's it? Partially, I think that's a partially. But partially and a lot are quite equal there. So I'm very interested in the final result. So let's wait just for a little bit longer. And then we will hear perhaps later during the debate I'm sure we will hear the opinions of some of the panel members on this result too. I think we should soon close the poll. 121. Are people in the room still trying to find the code or voting, just to know if we can still wait for? Yes, still waiting? I think we can close the voting. So 122 votes, and the winner is partially. Digitalization can partially contribute to decarbonization of transport in the current decade, but not a lot. However, 42% are of the opinion that it will contribute a lot. So we are not going to reply right now to that. And we will now start the discussion with our distinguished panel members. Don't worry, I will introduce them one by one. But the first question I have is again for Marius. And the question for you, Marius, is, do you think that the EU policy is heading in the right direction? Shall I stop here? No, I continue. By creating all the enabling conditions for the transformation. Yes or no?
You know, media
Yes
advisors always are saying, never reply to questions yes or no.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
It depends.
It depends. Okay, it depends. I understand. As the transport minister of Lithuania, country where road transport contributes to over 20% of the GDP, if my information is around about.
12.
12.
Transport and logistics accounts for around 12% of our GDP, but that's a lot.
It's a lot. 12% is a lot. I think the EU average is around about 5, so it's really a lot. Do you see the link between digitalization and transport decarbonization? And what is Lithuania doing to provide enabling conditions for the transformation of the sector?
Thank you very much for raising this question, because, you know, I am missing this link on different international agendas, in different discussions. I recently had an opportunity to participate in one of the United Nations meeting where the Secretary General 2 weeks ago presented the so-called Digital Compact. It's an initiative how the United Nations could adapt to the 21st century while digitalizing everything, creating infrastructure for IT, for internet connectivity, and for everything needed. And I really missed that link, because we are talking on climate change, even here in Brussels, and we are talking separately on digitalization, but not necessarily are connecting these two areas. And I see a lot of opportunities here. It would be difficult to convince people because there are no answers, I'm not sure. either everyone agrees or disagrees.
I will test your persuasion now. So.
Yeah, but Lithuania has an external European Union border. And we calculated once that on average, when a truck crosses the border, a driver needs to bring around 100 pages of paper documents for customs and different kinds of paperwork. 100 pages. When we calculated how many tons of papers are traveling across the border every day, in Lithuania, those numbers are, it's difficult to comprehend. And when you calculate everything in the European Union, and if you calculated how many trees you need to cut to produce those papers, so this is only one part. But if we manage to digitalize all documentation, and if we manage open data for the private sector, I'm sure there would be numerous companies which would create a lot of efficiency gains for the transport sector. Basically, how to allocate resources, how to make sure that trucks are transporting goods fully loaded rather than, half empty, and so on. So there would be a lot of opportunities. And in our case, I would like to be quite critical about Brussels, a little bit. I'll try to be polite. We have funding dedicated in Lithuania from the side of the government. We have institutions responsible, made by government decisions. But we are waiting for certain guidelines from Brussels, how to start. Because if we moved even on regional basis, there is a saying, if you run too fast, you will fall down. What if we chose another solution, than other member states? It would be a bad choice. But we are ready, we're just waiting for the guidelines. And we could do a lot, and this, of course, would help to increase efficiency.
Thank you very much, Marius. And now from the government perspective, we will move to the business on the road. So I would like to open the floor for the next speaker, Jacqueline de Weeg. Jacqueline is co-founder and director of Jan de Weeg Logistics. Jan de Weeg Logistics was established in 1971 as a leading European logistics service provider. It operates with a modern fleet of over 1,000 vehicles and various specialized warehouses. The company provides a wide range of services, including intermodal solutions, international transport, contract logistics, container transport, temperature control transport, and so on. We can continue. Jacqueline, I have the first question for you. You come from a very large company, and I'm saying very large company because you have over 1,000 vehicles. So the average company in road transport is between 5 and 10 vehicles, and that's both on the coach side and the truck side. So you are a large operator. So and there are like 1 million of them. We heard even a bigger number from the Commission before, and the majority are small and medium sized. So you come from you are at the lead of a large transport operator. Do you think that there is a co-responsibility or responsibility for large operators to drive change? Can they be regarded as trendsetters?
Yes.
I like yes. You see? Yes or no? Huh? From the private sector.
That's how we do that in the transport company or in the logistics company. Yes, partly. We cannot change the world ourselves. We do need all the parties, So the politicians, the colleagues, the suppliers, the shippers. So and together we can make a strong effort. And I'm listening all the time about what is the time which is behind us, which was a very nice and a very interesting time. And a long time I was there in the middle of that as well. But this time is more interesting, to be honest. It is. So we are living in this world, and what we see, and we were talking about digitalization and decarbonization and so on. That's in our minds, We live with those thoughts. We do not do anything else. And that's what we do together with all the parties which are involved. And yes, the bigger companies can be a little bit, we have to put our strength into the new methods. And I think it might help, of course. Yeah.
Because you are also probably collaborating with a number of subcontractors, which are a smaller company, and
but
that you can influence.
Of course, that has a lot of positive, directions, because they follow us, which is also development in all kind of directions. And they are happy with that as well. So, and we were talking, I just heard the last speaker talking about paperwork. We don't use paperwork at all anymore in the company, almost nothing. So with so many trucks, so many cargoes, so many lanes, so many shipments, directly to the shippers, directly to the, organizations, all kind of information we have to give, all kind of licenses. It's not a problem anymore.
But perhaps because there are different types of papers, and this is the private side, so the ECMR and so on, but there are also the control documents, and many authorities, especially when you cross the border, they are still expecting to see the papers. So there is still an important paper side, and I'm saying this because at IRU, one of our fights, let's say lobbying fights, is paperless cabins by 2030. So we are still, and probably you as well, so cross-border.
Yeah, but we have had the same in the past. So developments are going so fast. And within a few years, it doesn't take 10 years anymore. Within a few years, everything is solved, also in your area.
We like optimism.
Sure. I'm sure.
Then from goods transport, I'm moving now to passenger transport, to Teresa Yasmin Meyering. Teresa is 26 years old. You know, below 30, you can say the age. After, you can't anymore for ladies. And she is the youngest daughter of a bus operator family, which is not atypical because, as we have heard also from the historical part, family businesses are the modus operandi in our sector. And you are representing, Teresa, the fourth generation in this company. The company was established in 1930, and you are set to take over this business.
Exactly.
Fantastic. The Meyering Reisen company is a bus and travel service transportation company based in Germany. And as a part of the company group, you operate over 200 vehicles, which is also quite large for a bus company, with around 400 employees. So the first question for you, Teresa, is as a medium-sized, but towards the medium family business, what is the standard in coach transport? How do you see the digital and green goals of the EU and the link between them?
So the standard in our company, as for most German bus operators, are state-of-the-art Euro 6 diesel vehicles at the moment. And just like Jacqueline just said, we want to take responsibility, and we also need to take responsibility for our clients, and we have to develop new processes in the company because our clients, both private and public, demand the change. They want state-of-the-art vehicles, they want very well-equipped vehicles inside and out, and well-trained drivers, of course. I will give you two examples how we link the digital and decarbonization part in our business. So it's low-entry digitalization, I'd say. But for the city transport, for example, we, of course, try to make the transport as efficient as possible for bus and for driver. And the second example is in the coach travel transport. We try to streamline the route the coach is taking so that the coach itself doesn't have to go to each little village to pick up our customers. We have implemented a new service to the customers to be picked up with e-vehicles and brought to the coach itself, which then goes on a, let's say, 12-day south of Spain tour.
Thank you. Just before I move to the next speaker, I would like just to let you know and invite you, actually, both those in the room and those at home, to ask questions, again, through Slido. So for those in the room, I hope you really found those programs on your chairs, because that's, again, the code. And when you scan the code and the page opens, it's exactly the same process. You have an option which is questions, and you can address your questions via Slido. And those at home as well, you can, or in the office, you can see this on the screen, and you can address your questions. And then we'll receive these questions. That's the reason why I prohibited Thomas to sit here, because I will receive the questions on the screen here. So it was a little bit vital for me. So now I will move to the energy company. So we have here Thomas de Boer. Thomas is the Vice President Commercial Road Transport, CRT you call it, I think. Sectors and decarbonization of Shell. And you have 20 years experience in various downstream business with assignments in the Netherlands, US, and the UK. Shell is, perhaps it doesn't need any presentation, but I have it here in my notes, so I'll still say it. Shell is a global group of energy and petrochemical companies with more than 90,000 employees in more than 70 countries. And you use advanced technologies and take innovative approach to help build a sustainable energy future. So we are talking actually today about this innovative approach, right? So the first question for you, Thomas, is how does digitalization act in the energy sector? And how can this benefit transport operators?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, energy transition in very complex energy systems, of course, is a massive change. And we heard already some very practical examples of control documents, of how you enable your customers to be picked up. So there's a lot of components of it. But let me maybe pick out another very practical example. And Jacqueline probably knows this better than anybody else. The fragmentation in road transport is incredible. It has a number of parties that need to be connected across the supply chain or value chain is really enormous. And customers come to us saying, hey, today, Shell, I'm using solutions to decarbonize my truck. I use renewable diesel, I go for gas, I use a biogas, or maybe I'm using electric. But I have 50 trucks, and some of the trucks I use for customer A, some of the trucks I use for customer B, and some other trucks I don't want to use I only want to use for that specific customer, but I need to be really flexible to optimize my trucks in my operation because I can't afford that truck standing still. So how can I then start allocating the carbon benefits that the customer is asking for to the right customer while not losing my flexibility? Which goes back to, I think, some of those critical elements of digitalization and decarbonization, but also decentralization, as we say it, is how do you start integrating a system of digital connectivity of whether it's your own efficient operations and carbon, how do you connect the way you talk about your greenhouse gas emissions in your own scope and your customer scopes, of how you further improve, for example, the way you actually measure the quality of your emissions, because we also know that your carbon footprint will be quite dependent in the future of what kind of mix you're going to use, whether it's electrons, whether it's biofuels or other means. So the way, back to your question, is the better we're able to unlock our transportation sector actually to tell to their end customers how effective they decarbonize without for them taking a massive amount of investments in proprietary systems, in challenge on data quality, or sometimes also have some back actors who tell to two customers exactly the same carbon claim without really making sure that was really the carbon claim not used twice but only once. And that, I think that's where we, as also from our perspective, want to be part of and need to be part of. And I think also part of Jacqueline's saying as some of the bigger companies need to play their share. So, for example, what we've been doing is we are a big tolls operator. We use a lot of our tolls across Europe. So the question is, how do you move that into the next step? Also knowing that toll domains are expanding across Europe, how do you start connecting data and payments into a way to, again, make it for our life or customers easier? But also digitalization of how you optimize then the freight. We've taken positions in InstaFreight and also in Connected Freight venture companies to talk about optimizing, which we also first deploy in our own company. So for example, we use InstaFreight in Europe, and we reduced our carbon footprint of our lubricant supply chain by 50% because we were able to optimize basically empty loads across Europe. So two very practical examples that start to learn and teach us of how we further then, especially in the new setup of carbon and greenhouse gas emission tracking and giving it to our customers, is then really the next step.
I move now back to Marius with the second question. And the second question for you, Marius, is looking from the perspective of the EU now, which is just before the elections, which will happen next year. So we are in the final stages of the current Parliament and the European Commission. As a decision maker, how do you ensure the continuity of the political work that should enable and support the green and digital transformation? And I think this translates also on a national level. So, because of course, governments change, politics can change.
This is the same what we are trying to do on national level, and I think this should work for the European level at the same time. Basically, regarding all goals and measures, how you're moving towards them, towards achieving them, you need certain consensus in the sector. Agreements among members of the government, members of the parliament, business representatives, businesses, NGOs, basically to have a consensus how you're moving. Then when you see changes in governments, changes on the European Commission's level, basically there is certain consensus and you won't be able, to move too much to another direction. And this is important because the changes that we are implementing at the moment, they take time. They really take time. And if, I don't know, just industry decided some time ago that the future for electric cars is going to be, the future for passenger cars is going to be electric. That's decided. The industry said so. Although, let's say so 5 or 6 years ago, there was probably still thinking maybe hydrogen could be the answer. In the road carriers sector, in the heavy-duty vehicle sector, I'm not sure what the future is going to be. Although I observe a lot of lobbyism for electricity, for instance, on international level. But maybe hydrogen is going to be the solution. One of Lithuanian companies that I briefly mentioned in my speech recently ordered 600 electric Scania trucks. Meanwhile, at the same time, other companies...
How big?
For heavy-duty vehicles, yeah. So that's a lot. 600. That's really something.
No, I'm asking because the 40 tons are not very available. So that would be separate.
I recently, during the informal council of transport ministers in Sweden, we were able to drive very large trucks. Ministers were invited to try Volvo and Scania trucks. So they are amazing, I would say, to sit and so. But they are, of course, expensive. So some companies, in the case of Lithuania, they're already buying electric trucks. Meanwhile, others are investing in some kind of temporary solutions, let's say, so LNG trucks. Others are thinking about biogas. Hydrogen is somewhere there, but not yet in the market. So what our future is going to be? Probably market will decide. But at the same time, it seems that markets are looking at the governments for answers, what governments should say. And governments are looking at the market, what solutions are going to be. So probably we still need some time, but if we manage to reach consensus, changes in governments or political environment won't affect the direction we are moving to. And it's really important to have certain stability for the private sector.
I can sense some chatting in the room, which means that you triggered some thoughts in the room and some reactions. So may I invite those having these reactions to address them to us via the Slido, because we are really very curious to hear your thoughts. So that's a very interesting point, Marius, because you are talking about the consensus as being the enabler for continuity. But at the same time, indeed, when we are currently talking about targets for zero-emission vehicles, let's say, opinions are quite split.
And for that reason, we have a certain, term, let's be technology neutral.
Yes.
Which helps for everyone to reach agreements in political documents.
Yes, but various parties have a different interpretation on what is technology neutral. Anyway, so let us move further. And I have the second question for Jacqueline. Jacqueline, what are the tools you envisage or are already using as a trendsetter? Because you said a clear yes, you're a trendsetter.
There's a lot to say, of course, because we do a lot in our company. But anyway, digitalization is just it. We have, everything is digitalized. So all the communication between shippers, the clients, the drivers, the planning departments, all over our offices, the 27 offices in Europe, everything is digitalized. I was listening and I'm very interested about the use of fuel we can measure the use of fuel per truck. These days, we have a tool from Loginex, which we can measure the CO2 emission per shipment, per client, per lane, etc., etc. And in the next couple of months, we expect the first reports. So we are living in a digital world, so it's so going on and on and on. We can measure almost everything. We can see the driving hours. Is a planner, where the planner is busy, they do not phone anymore because everything is going via a system in the truck and the planning department. The planning system thinks itself and says, hey planner, you cannot put this driver to this distance because he just has two driving hours rest or over. And so you cannot send them from Amsterdam to Frankfurt because that's 4 hours. And so, and that's what we also have to share with all the parties. And it's the world where we live in. And for us, it's so normal that you can measure everything. But it's also very, necessary. Because my neighbor here, Shell, the fuel is very, very expensive. No, but anyway, so everything you can save is very important, and that saves money, but it saves mileage. It saves empty legs because in the system you can see everything, the loading meters, what is in the trailer. So and all those parties working together, that will make the future. And I'm also very, very, if I may, very curious about the uncertainties which we are struggling with. So what will it be? Electricity? Hydrogen? We just don't know. But we have to invest. And if we invest, you invest a truck for 6, 7 or 8 years. But anyway, so together, and also the manufacturers. So I'm very curious what will happen. Which direction do we go? Can we go? And so on.
We've heard the same type of concerns also from many Nordic members, because there has been massive investment in biofuels in the north. And now when we look at the Commission's proposals and the CO2 standards, all of a sudden we only see zero emission tailpipe, right? So this stability, talking about changing politics and changing governments and changing the EU minds is very disturbing, let's say, for the continuity of business decisions, let's say. I think we have already to take some of the questions from the audience because they are piling up. So, and we shouldn't let you wait too much for your answers, our audience. There is an interesting question about how digitalization can support intermodal transport. I think it was addressed to you, Marius.
Me?
No?
You know, the challenges that I see, only last year we started regular train routes to Western Europe, to Germany, now we added Poland, we are looking at Italy. So what is going from us is basically containers and semi-trailers. And here I see a lot of cooperation and potential for cooperation between road carriers and our railways. But the challenge there is then when you are going within the single market by truck, you know exactly when you are going to be on time somewhere. When you are going by rail, you don't know. Regrettably, in the current, given the current state of infrastructure within the European Union, there are a lot of challenges. If we had digitalized and real-time data where the cargo is moving, this could help to organize operations, to be with your truck waiting for the train to arrive when it's needed, but not a day before, and so on. So this could help. This is what I'm hearing from the private sector, but I'm sure there are larger experts sitting among us here today.
Jacqueline, I think you could confirm that too, that because you spoke quite a lot about the digitalization in your business, that it can So like being aware in real time of waiting times and so on, because you do intermodal transport as well, so it does
indeed.
help, right?
Indeed.
So.
And we don't have to forget that we have to reach a goal with carbon footprint, you know. And we take a lot of trucks out of the motorways. And although it's not always very sufficient or efficient or whatever, and of course we also have problems because you put your container or your trailer on the train, and normally you know exactly when it's coming or when it's arriving, and so on and so on. But I think there might be some more attention to let it go more smoothly, because it's a good product. If you have good stretches, we go every day from the south of Holland to the north of Italy, but normally it goes very well. But sometimes, and then you have a big problem because your clients are waiting. We do know where the cargo is because there are some what is it? Some hoe heet die dingen? Some sensors in the trailer. That is not the point, but the client is waiting because everything is on time these days. Because if we order something, we want to have it yesterday. We wanted to have it yesterday. But anyway, so it is a good solution, but it really needs more attention from politics or whatever, or the railway companies. But we cannot ignore intermodal.
Yes.
No.
Teresa, before addressing you my second question, I would like to pick up a question from the audience. Do you see zero-emission coaches coming to the market in the near future? Or do you think that the long-distance coach sector needs to think of different ways to decarbonize?
That's a very current problem, I would say. As of now, I would say that in the near future, zero-emission coaches are not a thing. And
why not? Because they are not available? Because
not only because the technology itself is not as far as it would have to be for me to go, as I mentioned earlier, on a 12-day trip to the south of Spain. Not only is the vehicle itself not ready, but also the infrastructure isn't there. And if we start to invest into the infrastructure when we see that the vehicles are ready, then we've done it the wrong way around. The infrastructure takes a long time, and the vehicles are there, and then I could invest in them, but I can't really use them because I can't fuel up on the way. So how would I go about my business if I invest and then can't use my investment? The answer to the question, sadly, is that in the near future, zero emissions in long-distance travel is not that realistic. However, as I said, we are currently driving with the state-of-the-art Euro 6 diesel vehicles, and we are a common means of transportation, and we take people out of their cars, and that also has a big impact on decarbonization, the travel industry itself.
I would like now to move to Thomas, and then I'll come back to you, Teresa, because I think we have to keep the momentum. So we are now talking about really, we went to the almost pure decarbonization technologies and so on. And the second question is the question that I think everybody is expecting me to ask you, so I can't skip that question. How do you see the role of the combustion engine and e-fuels in the current decade?
Well, we heard already some snippets from my panel members.
Yes.
A couple of things maybe to unpack that, because it's a simple question with a lot of layers underneath that. So first of all, truly we're committed to a net zero future. We need to get there, all of us, and Jacqueline already told. It's everybody holding hands together and doing that. But we also heard that the time to get there will not be tomorrow. It will be decades to come, and again, I will not repeat all the complexities. If we make it really practical, yesterday was a group of customers coming together in Germany. We're opening up a big bioenergy plant for Europe. And all of those customers have the question, what do I need to do? We're going to buy a truck, 4, 5, 6 years on the books. What is happening in 2029 with that truck? or what's happening in 2025 with my mode of operation, because I might be forced in something that I need to do, but I don't have the right truck. We are working towards that net zero emission future, where we believe absolutely that whether it's fuel cell electric or electric, but something will be there. The balance, let me not open that conversation, but something in that balance will happen between the two of them by beyond 2030 and 40s. But we know today that customers are seeking for decarbonization solutions that are available. And it goes back already to your internal combustion engine. And I don't want to even call it a legacy fleet, because sometimes even already the internal combustion engine gets the name of legacy fleet, while if today it's still the dominant fleet on the road. And if you look to some of the modeling being done, and not just by us, but also others, that the internal combustion engine will stay with us for a lot of time to come. And then the question is, how do you go about working with stakeholders, with customers, with hauliers, with shippers, of how you decarbonize that? And therefore also believe that the play we want to do is around making an investment now in also decarbonization solution and biofuels. And we're doing that. We're building a big biofuels plant in the Netherlands. We have bought Nature Energy, the biggest biofuel or the biggest biogas company of Europe, just for today already give people a competitive, well-to-wheel, even negative carbon emission footprint for them to start decarbonizing today. And that's what we need to do. We need action today. We can wait for a long time for more things to come, but if we don't do it today, then nothing will happen anyhow. At the same time, it doesn't mean that we're stopping of not making sure that the zero emission technologies are coming to life. Back to the point of Jacqueline, you need to take a responsibility as a larger company. Today in Brussels, we are operating a e-depot for the Brussels metro system. 24 e-depots and 4 line loading lines. We as a Shell company, is today doing it here already. But also we're opening up the very first green hydrogen plant in Rotterdam that will open up in 24-25, which is in itself, without a market that has fully understand and recognize what green hydrogen made, we made a step forward. And so already also today, we will also then your company over time to help with those buses, but also with green hydrogen. So you need to start today, but to make it really at scale and make it for everywhere available, there's a lot of steps to go. And which brings it back then to e-fuels question, because we recognize, and also in our modeling, that there will be, and I don't want to call it a legacy fleet, but there will be a fleet in the system beyond 2035, 2040, that will still have an internal combustion engine. They might need advanced biofuels, they might need, we call it e-fuels, and that might play a role, but we don't see that being the biggest role to play in how we're going to decarbonize our road transportation systems. So we see it more as a niche fuel that will solve the tail, rather than the key solution that will solve the core.
I would say that these decisions to build also biofuels plants and so on are quite audacious if we look at the trend in Brussels, because it just so happened that this week we saw the report of the Parliament's rapporteur on the CO2 standards, and he increased actually the targets that the Commission proposed to, I think, 65% zero emission reduction targets for zero emission vehicles in 2030 already. Okay, 100%. We had no other expectation from the rapporteur for 2040, but 65% already in 2030. I mean, we still have the member states, of course, and it's also not over in the parliament, but I'm just saying, taking these kind of decisions, which look at immediate opportunities, basically, to decarbonize, are quite daring.
No, I'm not sure it's daring. I think it's being realistic, because you need a mosaic of solutions. You cannot just bet on one horse right now, or on one battery, figure of speech, if I can use it as such. It will take a long time before we have an energy system that has addressed the various duty cycles, the various customers, and the various geographies across Europe. And one hand, you could say 65 of new sold trucks. If you flip it around, there's still 35% in there, with today 6.5 million trucks in Europe on the road that will be in the system for quite a long time to go. And we can still wait for 2030, and we can wait for every sold new truck. But today, I think we all probably own the urgency of what we can do today. And we as Shell said, if we do want something today, then also that part of the energy system will help us.
Teresa, I have a answer question for you. Because we heard also in the historic part, we have these different segments in passenger transport. We have the public transport, and then we have the coach tourism, and it's a completely different business model, let's say. You're more into the on-demand, let's say, type of business, regular routes as well, but not public transport in the sense of, let's say, tendering contracts and so on. What kind of support would you expect from the EU or from the German government to fully embrace the digital and green transformation? And do you receive this kind of support?
Great question. I would expect, of course, initiatives by the EU and Germany to adopt digital technologies and green inventions to make the profession and our sector greener, more efficient, and just more up to speed in the current age. However, so it's funny, Marius, because earlier you said that it has already been decided that e-vehicles are the state of the art in city transport. The support in our case is currently a program or a project for hydrogen-fueled vehicles in city transport. And it is just kickstarting now. It's starting off, and we are building a hydrogen fuel station in our depot and trying that out. And as I already said, that might work in the city transport, but not in long-distance coach travel. Because of the lack of infrastructure and the hesitant regulation of the EU and of Germany, which is of course understandable because you don't want to set or to bet on the wrong horse, it is extremely difficult for us to make investments. If we buy city coaches now, we use them for around 15 years. In comparison to coaches, that's a different story. It's only around 4 years at most. What would happen if I invest in hydrogen coaches or in hydrogen city transport buses now for the next 15 years? Have I bet on the wrong horse then? Is the infrastructure going to be there in the long run? And what will happen to the buses in 15 years? Will I be able to sell them? Those are a lot of insecurities which can make or even break the profession itself, because the lack of regulation makes it hard for me as an operator to make decisions and to make investments and to move forward with my company. And it's really sad. I like the profession and I like to be the next generation in the family business and to uphold the tradition, but it is being made extremely hard to be in my position from legislations.
That's a very strong statement, I would say, which brings me to another question that we had for Marius. You get a lot of questions from the audience. I don't know why. It's not there anymore, by the way. We can see the questions. It was what kind, because you're talking about the support and digitalization for the truck business, but what kind of support in digitalization of coach and bus business you envisage as a government? So focused mainly on trucks.
It's a challenging topic because we recently implemented and reformed how to ensure competition in this sector, and the next move probably is what we could do together to encourage citizens using coaches. Of course, everyone starts talking about subsidies, but it's always you need to allocate resources in a wise way, because financial resources are always limited. But I see a lot of low-hanging fruits what could be done. I'm saying if you are not on Google, you don't exist anymore. So first of all, what you need to provide real-time data for passengers to see where you are traveling. In some cities with public transport, everything is working smoothly. You even can see delays where your coach is or so on. Meanwhile, on longer term travel distances, there are challenges, so we are encouraging the private sector to give data to a certain platform which could be used openly by different businesses to provide solutions. The next step is how to create single tickets. For instance, how to combine tickets for rail and coach. And in some cases it's working, in some cases we need to move forward. So I think, at least according to the polls that we see, a lot of people are not choosing public transport, not because of the price, but because they want to travel in the most easy way and convenient way. And for that, first of all, you need to eliminate information barriers.
Yes, but there we have heard concerns because indeed you came to a very important piece of proposal of legislation which will happen this year, which is the integrated ticketing, which has to do, of course, with traveling by public transport, collective transport in general. So it's definitely related to decarbonization. But a lot of concerns we've heard in the past is that the moment this transition to this shift to integrated ticketing happens, there will be some costs. And these costs, which come from, of course, providing the digital infrastructure to enable that. And we were talking before, okay, Teresa's company, they have 200 coaches, but many are like 5, 10. Will there be a life for that anymore? Or
it's a very challenging topic, but if you asked my personal opinion, I am against for governments to create one large platform. And if we try to create something on the European Union level, I'm not sure whether we would be able to move. I think the role for the governments is to set certain standards. So if one municipality is creating its own ticketing system, the government should ensure that that ticketing system would be able, to connect in a wise way using IT resources with one of private sector's ticketing system. Yes, interoperability is probably that answer, and the governments needs both on national and EU level needs to ensure that it's working, and then private sector will propose all kinds of solutions. You will have an application and you will be able to buy that ticket. So this is my answer. You need certain standards to have interoperability.
That's probably also related to another question that we received from the audience, which is this was on coach transport and public transport, so on passenger transport, but both digitalization and decarbonization, how do you, and it's a question for everyone, I would say, how can very small transport operators be enabled, how can they be enabled to embrace the change?
Yes.
Jacqueline.
Okay. It's on? Yep. Okay, but anyway, so a lot of small transport companies, they work for the larger companies. In our company, we have quite some subcontractors, and they work as we do with all kind of standards or not, but they are all very interested and they all follow. So all our experience and studies we share, and they are very happy with that. So I think that's the sort of task we have, and we do. And of course we are happy because we like to work with some subcontractors as well. So I think most of them, the smaller companies, 5 or 10 trucks, they do not work, they almost work always for a big company. So in our company, it's not a problem. They just follow. And it's good because I can understand that they cannot do the studies and so on and so on and so on. So I don't see this problem. And if it's not, they have to connect with another company or whatever.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Teresa?
I would like to disagree for the coach sector, at least, because we have a lot of smaller coach companies with, let's say, 2 to 5 vehicles that simply do not have the means to invest as much in digital infrastructure, and they might work with another company in times at times, but also to their own abilities and for themselves. So something I would suggest is, of course, to maybe move into a direction where you communicate digitally and not with handing out letters and leaflets and whatnot. That could be a first step to getting into a more digital realm in your company. But of course, for smaller companies that are not subcontractors to bigger companies, it's incredibly difficult to invest. As I said, if it's not really secure how the future of the company itself is prepared. Yeah.
But we have been, Thomas, you wanted? No. we have been talking, in our sector has been talking of consolidation for a number of decades. And there was this big threat that there will be a major consolidation. All the small companies will disappear and there will be only big ones. But now we are really, as the title of this panel says, at a crossroads. So at least the upfront investment for all this shift to greener vehicles will be quite massive. The fuels will be more expensive. We have also electricity. Everything seems to go up. So how do you see? It's difficult, and we'll have the panel on the future. Let's say it's coming, but that will be 2040 and beyond. But already now, in this decade, do you foresee consolidation? Because we have really game changers on the table at the moment.
If I may,
of course,
answer this one, I do not see a reason, because we are now in a special period, but all kind of these periods we have behind us, and I think that will not change. And some companies can grow from a small company to a big one. That is possible, but no, I don't see that. So, and in the meantime, we also have to focus on all the things we can do. So, companies need, to decarbonize, we need a roadmap for 5 or 10 years. And we have to do what possible is. So in the meantime, we can, the digitalization, we were talking about. So that brings a lot, because you do not have empty legs and so on and so on and so on. We have spoken about, but we also can use the biofuel in the meantime. That means that we need the connection with the shippers, because all those new developments cost a little bit more or a lot more than what we have now. So we have to do the communication as well. So let's not sit behind us, and let's go on and do with what is possible and what the possibilities are now at the moment, and look forward, because that's what we have to do.
Teresa?
In the coach sector in Germany in the past, during the COVID crisis, there has been a big increase in the amount of coaches on the market itself. So it has taken a toll on the profession and on the sector. And now, because there's a lack of coaches altogether for the demand of the clients, it's a very tough market, and it's very fast-paced, and you have to keep up all the time, because there's, let's say, a company anniversary for 1,000 people, and they call you on Thursday for Saturday, and try to just provide them with everything they want, because they're your valued customers and you have to make space for them, but also the books are already full and you try to work with it. So the coach sector itself has had a difficult time, and a lot of competitors have left, which leaves a big gap in the market. And of course, there's a chance to grow with it, but also that means investments, and you know, it just spins around.
I promised that we come back to the first question if we still had time. So we still have time. By the way, if there are still questions, either from the online participants or here, we still have round about 5 minutes for them. So you can still ask. But coming back, and it's also like a kind of a conclusion. So if we come back to the original question addressed to the audience, which is, what is the role of digitalization and decarbonization? The question, is it a lot? Is it moderate? What do you think? I think if I can read it correctly from your words, Marius, I think your opinion was that it's a lot, because you started with that. So through digitalization,
I would be in the middle. In any case, you need alternative fuels and so on, but the digitalization would really help to increase efficiency, and with that you won't need to travel roughly loaded, for instance, and this is the way how to decrease carbon footprint.
So it's a tool, but it won't offer the ultimate solution.
No,
yes,
probably no.
Yeah. Thomas?
No, fully echo that. It's a tool that I think is critical. And I think we had not really really talked about the whole responsibility across the chain, because also the question on the screen regarding CO2 penalties. And I think what we really not talked about, I think Jacqueline touched upon it lightly, is around the role of the shipper. So you have supplier, you have haulier, and then you also have the customer. And I think those three need to come together, and we also infrastructure. But if we put it very simplistic, if those three come together, finding a way to digitalize and decarbonize together profitably, I think then you got a winning proposition. I think so that element, I think, is something that we might need to also further inject in this conversation.
Teresa?
I would also go to the middle a bit, because as we already touched upon earlier, the deadlines which have been set for 2025 have been already pushed, and we know that we have to do something, but the innovations aren't there yet, or not as fully developed as we would have to have them. And the cities, of course, want to become zero emission and decarbonized and green and everything, but it also has to work with us and with the tourism, with trucks, because we have collective interest in keeping the tourism and the, of course, chains of transportations. Yeah. And we have to work together and not find each other because we didn't come with a hydrogen vehicle and weren't let into the city.
Okay, but the digitalization's role is a lot, moderate?
Partially, as I said. So I would say the digitalization helps to make the transport more efficient, which then helps to decarbonize.
We almost have unanimity on the moderate role. So, Jacqueline? On the moderate role of digitalization in decarbonization. So until now we have moderate, so important, but not the biggest. Moderate. What about you?
Yes, moderate.
Moderate. Okay, so we have at least a unanimity. It was almost 50-50 from the audience as well, and it's confirmed. But it's clear, it's 100% actually here, moderate as opposed to a lot. I can take this question, and then I would like to launch the last slide for the audience. The last question goes to you, Thomas, and is, can you tell us about the upcoming trends we will see in the energy sector regarding smart data, and how this will enable these models to come to life?
We got 2 minutes, right? No.
I think we have 10 together with the
I don't want
to
do misjustice to the question, because it's a good question, but difficult for me to see where we can start. But probably the biggest trend is, how do you start connecting energy systems with the optimal use of energy at the right time? I think if we can enable that, and especially when we break through zero emission technology, I think the balancing of systems and demand is probably one of the biggest things we need to crack in Europe.
Okay, you're below 2 minutes, so it's all good. So we can now, it gives us time to go to the last Slido, and actually also to check this answer of the last Slido question with you. because we have a bit. Can we please launch the last question? Again, as a reminder, you have the code on the programs on the chairs for those in the room if you like to reply, and those at home, you have the question on the screen. And the question is, who is really driving the digital and green transformation in transport now in the EU? Transport operators, shippers and intermediary service providers, member states, energy and digital service providers, or all of them? And oh, it started, I was getting heartbeats, right? Because it started with 100% transport operators, so, but it's moving. Still, transport operators, they have their share, 32%. Competing with, oh, again, with these colors. So this is all of the above. And the purple is member states. Oh, Marius. Competing with transport operators for the final answer. But luckily, we have the time to hear from you as well at the end of this. And we have 66-70 replies so far. And it keeps moving, which means we're still getting replies. So we'll still keep it on for a while. 9%, the purple is energy and digital service providers. Oh, Thomas, you are having an easy life.
No, we dropped now, so even bottom, so
oh.
Off the hook.
That's very good for you, right?
I don't know.
Probably depends on the audience. So, although we have in the audience all the modes.
Yeah, but if
so,
it's renewables, and you're using that for
and then 9%, what was the shippers? Oh, shippers have no responsibility. That's great news for the shippers too. I think it's based on the assumption that we pass on all the costs, and then that it doesn't matter anymore. So if the assumption is that we can pass on all the costs to shippers, then we can put 0 for them because we have a great assumption, right? Okay, so we can close the Slido. And read the answers. I can't see the final answer. Can I see it, please? So the winner is transport operators, 31%, coming close, all of the above, and followed also closely by member states. So just very quick reaction from all of you, starting with Marius. What is your reply, basically, to the question?
Yeah, it's really difficult to summarize because, you know, the scene is quite complex. On the one hand, road carriers are really, I see a lot of efforts from their side. You know, it's a choice whether to choose a Euro 6 truck or a Euro 5 one, whether to buy something run on renewables and so on. At the same time, there are, you know, private sector companies, retailers, which want, you know, to decrease their carbon footprint, and they are ready to pay more for transportation. So the private sector is really moving towards our green agenda goals. At the same time, governments are, you know, raising the barrier high, at the same time helping. In our case, we decided, from my ministry's point of view, decided to allocate resources to 2 areas, basically. One is charging and refueling infrastructure, and the rollout will be quite fast in comparison to what we have at the moment. At the same time, public transportation. We're going to subsidize the difference between a regular coach, for instance, and one run on renewables. So, but regarding energy sector, I think the share is quite small, because given the pace of how much the share of renewables is increasing in Europe in the final consumption, and if renewables are used by the transport sector, so the share should be higher.
Okay, so you hear, Thomas, the audience is quite relaxed about energy companies, but Minister Skådis says you have much higher share of responsibility.
No,
there.
so our pick would be all of the above. That's what we are put our pawn on. I think this is, without saying too much already about it, but if we don't do this together, then nobody can pull this weight by themselves.
I thought this would have been the minister's answer, all of the above, because it's more political.
Well, I'm not sure it's political. I think it's probably what we see is the right way to go forward.
Teresa?
First of all, I would like to say that I like how transport operators are displayed in green. So,
so you are praising the choice of color. I was complaining I couldn't detect the shades of green.
No, but it's great. We are green. We are represented in green. And of course, it's flattering to see that our collective efforts are being recognized and that we are recognized as drivers of the green transformation in transport, and I think that's just great for us.
And Jacqueline?
No. For me, it's all the parties.
Okay.
All the
Good.
parties,
To your
definitely.
answer. So I'd like to thank very much our panel members for this interesting discussion, at least to me. I hope for the audience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite all of you for a break, which will be here and also in the other room. What is the time? Can you remind me when? 5? Yes. So we have a 15 minutes break.
Welcome back, everybody, from the coffee break, and welcome to the future. The third and final part of our event today will be looking at how the EU might change fundamentally over the next 2 to 3 decades in terms of transport. Now, we've already heard a lot about what the EU is doing to confront the climate crisis, and particularly transport's role in the climate crisis. And we're going to explore how that vision might look. There's obviously a lot of different ideas for how to reduce the transport sector's emissions. There's a lot of different technologies that people are excited about and some people are not so excited about. We're going to have 2 very exciting speakers here, and then afterwards a short debate with them where you, our audience here and online, will be able to ask your questions using Slido the same way as the previous panel. You can scan the barcodes on the piece of paper at your seats. So before we invite our first speaker on stage, let's do one more Slido polling question. You can pull that poll up now. The question for this poll is, at what stage is the digital transformation of transports in the EU? So where are we right now in terms of how digitalization is changing transports? Has it not even started yet? Are we in the early stages? Is it fully underway? Is it already over? We've already achieved everything we need to achieve? Or are you not sure? I'll give you a little time to put your answers in there. I think we're seeing a very clear pattern emerging here already, that we are in the early stages. That is overwhelming for the early stages. And what that means is a lot is going to change over the next decades. And it's going to change in ways we probably can't even comprehend. If we think about where we were in terms of technologies 20 years ago, who among us would have imagined the way that we live our lives now, how much technology has really transformed our day-to-day lives. And that does include mobility as well. So let's go to our first speaker. I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. Pero Micic. Pero is the CEO of Future Management Group, founded in 1991 in Germany as one of the pioneering European companies in the field of foresight. He's a professor for foresight and strategy and is an advisor to leading corporations and public organizations. Pero?
When people think about the future, what do they feel nowadays? A lot of fears for the future. And all of those problems and all of those crises have one thing in common. They're all caused by our habit to sacrifice a good future, to harm the future, in order to feel well in the present. We are pretty short-sighted as human beings, and one competency that I would wish for us to have much more of is foresight. To learn from the future, to look into the future, to know what to do today. And despite those fears of the future, we need to remind ourselves that quality of life on the planet has been increasing all the time. No matter what happened, no matter what crisis we had, it increased all the time. Is this going to go on? Well, there's a certain likelihood because we have so many new powerful tools and old tools that we can really manage to increase quality of life on the planet even more. And therefore, there is a lot of reason for joy for the future. If you are leaders, then to me, this is your major task, the only one you cannot delegate. If you want to lead a team, you need to have a picture of the future. Because leadership means to cause a movement, movement needs direction, direction needs a goal. So we need an image of the future. And only with joy for the future is it going to be easy to do the transformation. If you need to push people, if you need to lure people into the future, it's always going to be hard. Then organizations are weak. I'm going to share with you, I'm going to fire on you a lot of assumptions that we have, assumptions that we share with our clients, public organizations, some, mostly companies, large ones, small ones. And those assumptions have a probability that we assume, like starting from 65% and more. I'm going to talk about the time horizon 2030 plus. And all of those assumptions are, well justified. I can't do it in 15 minutes, but maybe we can discuss them later. The first one is pretty much obvious, but yeah, we have those goals, but will we manage? Will we achieve the goal? Medium and long-term energy will become sustainable and even cheap. And we're not used to that thought so much. Stanford University did a study. It's not easy to understand. I'm using this to tell you there's a study, believe me. And only through electrification, we can reduce our energy consumption by 56%. These are heat pumps, battery electric vehicles, eliminating mining, moving, and processing fuels, fossil fuels. This is a big contribution, and so on. And here they say with existing technology and just using onshore, offshore, utility solar and rooftop solar and a little bit of hydro, we can manage by 2050 to be 100% renewable, not just electricity, everything. 50% less energy consumption. They looked at 145 countries in the world that are responsible for 97.7 or 8% of the emissions. We would need to invest 62 trillion. We would save in money each year 11 trillion, which is a pretty good investment. And if we take into account the cost for social costs and health costs, we'll save 92%. Are we going to do this? Well, yeah, most likely. Why do I doubt? Because we're short-sighted. But there is one reason and one big argument why this is going to work. Because we do not need to have green romantic thoughts and green romantic ideals. This is going to be just cheaper. Wind became cheaper from 2010 to today by more than 70%. Solar per kilowatt hour became cheaper by 90%. Batteries per kilowatt hour became cheaper by more than 90%. So we're going to use surfaces that we usually do not use. We're going to use surfaces that, and there are projects that do this stuff already. We're going to use surfaces that are already being used in China and Singapore. We're going to use wind power that is different from the one that we're used to, because there are so many opportunities and so many new solutions that people, well, tend to think just on the windmills. And even if they say, Stanford says, nuclear is not necessary, well, even this with small modular reactors is a viable solution, would be a viable solution. Those reactors are small, they can be built like on a production line, and the waste is good after 300 years, not 100,000 or 1 million years. And what we of course need is storage, a lot of storage. Those stationary batteries are going to most likely be the big market and the big solution. Those batteries are today lithium-iron batteries, so no cobalt, no nickel. They might be LMFP batteries. Those batteries have charging cycles like 10,000. And after decades, they still have 70–75% and can then be recycled to a degree of 96+% even today. So it's almost a total circular economy, which is good news. Do we have the resources? Yes. For the entire electrification, we need less than 30% of lithium and less than 30% of nickel, if we need nickel at all, to electrify and make the world renewable totally. So lithium is not a scarce resource. And even if we do not need lithium or run out of it, because we think there is not more, we can use sodium, which is even more abundant on this planet. So good news. It's not good news for the fossil industry, but it's good news for us. And I'm going to share like good news a couple of times, but some people will be horrified by the good news because it's different. We will travel and transport sustainably. I was just listening to the discussion about hydrogen and electricity. The city of Montpellier in France, they wanted to buy 51 buses. They bought 6, I think. And they noticed that they are 6 times more expensive than the alternative. What they bought was hydrogen electric fuel cell buses. What they then bought, which was 6 times less expensive, were battery electric buses. So we all should know, or at least, we should know, is that for every hydrogen vehicle that we use in replacement of a battery electric vehicle, we need 3 times the amount of electricity, of renewable electricity, if it's green hydrogen. So there is no real sense in using hydrogen as the alternative. And e-fuels, let's not talk about this. And even if we say, yeah, well, until 2050, this is going to be a lot more efficient, well, the gains are not going to be enough. It's still going to be twice as much energy than this. And this is true for passenger cars, and this is true for trucks. So there is no real reason, we can discuss this, there is no real viable, striking reason to use hydrogen electric vehicles, be it cars, light vehicles, or heavy-duty trucks that run on hydrogen, if we have a battery electric infrastructure. And we will see in the years and decades to come. You can buy this like today, maybe next year. They're already in production. Pepsi uses them. 800 kilometers of range, less than 2 kilowatt hours per mile, 40 tons of cargo. The charger is they call it the mega charger, is has a charging capacity of 1,000 kilowatts, so megawatt, and even 1.5 if we take it out to 2030. The energy density in the batteries here might approach 300 watt hours per kilogram. CATL in China just presented and are beginning to use a battery that has 500 watt hours per kilogram. So the 800 kilometers are not the end of the game. It's just the present. So please don't buy trucks that have a lot less than weight and drive your diesel. and don't invest in hydrogen. AI will make logistics much more productive and cheap. We like all had our ChatGPT moment, and I hope all of you use it already and are using it because you like get a whole team of assistants with it. Is this going to be like linear? No, this is going to be double exponential in its development and in its quality. The point in time where we have AI that is smarter, not just as a single human being, but all humans combined, is in sight. We're going to see that most likely, like some say in 18 months, we say it's around 2030. So don't expect this to take a long time. 1956 was the first conference on artificial intelligence, and it took a long time, 70 years to take off, but it did take off. What does it mean for logistics? Well, we will travel and transport cheaply because AI in transportation, the biggest aspect of it, or one of the big aspects, is autonomy. Autonomous vehicles were imagined and dreamt of also decades ago, but we are at a point in time where many technologies are converging. We know how to use neural networks way better. We have much more data. We have real supercomputers, not speaking about quantum computers, regular supercomputers, and we have the knowledge to do it, and we have the devices that collect the data on the streets. So by 2030, we estimate, our assumption is that we will see 20 million fully, generally autonomous vehicles on this planet. We already have 20 cities in China, a couple of cities in the United States, where they have gated autonomy. So they just know the city. The general solution is going to take off before the end of the decade. And this has a lot of implications. First, of course, the driver shortage. There will be no driver shortage in the long run, therefore. And cars will look differently. As you've seen, trucks will look differently, although trucks not that much differently. And if we see this, then why can we make them differently? Because either we will have autonomy, which is 10 times safer, a 10 times better driver than a human, or we will not have it. So everything that is autonomous will be a lot safer, so we can build the vehicles differently. We will save 1.1, 1.2 million lives each year with autonomy alone. What is really disruptive for the European car industry, the American car industry, well, any car industry, not so much for the truck industry, because the usage is bigger, is that if autonomy works, the price per kilometer will be 15 cents to 20 cents all in. We will have cars that can drive not just an hour or two per day, but 10 to 15 and more. We will have batteries. Those batteries and those LFP stationary batteries, for how many kilometers do you think they're good? 10,000 cycles, up to 10,000 cycles. How much is that in kilometers? Depending on the size of the battery, 1 million to 1.5 million kilometers. So we're not going to replace cars that fast. We're going to drive them for a longer time. And if you put those things together, it's very cheap to use them. They will drive 15 hours a day or 10 hours a day. And the batteries are going to last longer. Then we will see a drop that is, some people say it's even 75%. So this is going to totally change the landscape of the European industry. I live in Germany. Germany is going to be hit hard by this because it's the most important economic factor. And there's going to be a lot of changes. We'll even see rolling hotel rooms. So there is no industry that will not be affected by this dramatic change. Is it good? Is it good news? Of course it is good news, because everyone can travel anywhere where they want to. If you're 92 years old and want to visit your friend from school and don't have a driving license anymore, you can do it. If you're 8 years old and you want to go for your tennis training 3 times a week, and you don't need your mother or father to drive you, you can do it. Anything will become possible and doable. The amount of change caused by this might be comparable to the change that was caused by the iPhone. And if we look at it and we see those cars and we imagine them platooning, so building chains of those cars, and they are that cheap, then think about public transport. Public transport might, intentionally put might, change its face. Because if it's that cheap, then it's going to be as cheap as a commuter bus or even commuter rail. An autonomous truck is, even without platooning, going to be cheaper than rail. So we're going to see, for pure economic reasons, companies, leaders changing their minds and their concepts on transportation and logistics. Anti-companies will function automatically. So if we talk about the intermodality, then we will see one of the first ways where blockchains are going to be used, smart contracts are going to be used, huge amounts of data, artificial intelligence, and robotics and automation to build decentralized autonomous organizations, which is companies whose administration runs without any human intervention. And they're perfect managers because you can really rely on them. I have those 3 minutes there, is that correct? They gave me too much? Okay. Just 1 minute. Hard physical work becomes a hobby, so the last mile. By 2030, we're going to see, before 2030, we're going to see in the factories, in storage, in logistics. Then we're going to eventually see them in the homes. Humanoid robots that are going, this is the ultimate product that is going to change the nature of work. And the Beta Plus generations will consider what we have as food stupid and disgusting. So some things in our lives will need less transport than today. Because we have something like precision fermentation, we invented this for insulin, and we're going to, because it's a B2B business, business, we're going to see the reduction of transport of dairy and even meat and livestock massively. We could wake up in a world by 2040 where we have 70% of land mass that is used for livestock, used for forests again, or something else. Because it is going to be dramatically cheaper. And it's the same quality. It's not plant-based. You still can eat your meat. It's going to be dramatic. So, last slide, or second last slide. We may and have to redefine work and income. As long as people have problems and wishes, we're not going to run out of work. But we will really have to reinvent and redefine what work is and what income is. All of this is good news, joy for the future, but I know you're scared. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pero. And exactly as you say, these future technologies can be scary, or you can approach them with joy, with excitement. And I think we probably want to edge toward the latter. So I'd like to next invite to the stage Sampo Hietanen. Sampo is the founder of the MAS concept, Mobility as a Service, and the CEO of MAS Global. Sampo has invented the groundbreaking concept of MAS, which is set to revolutionize the 10 trillion euro transport sector. His background is in civil engineering. Sampo?
Thank you very much. I'm here because I have the psychic capability of seeing the future, and I can prove it to you. Within 10 minutes, you're all going to be squirming in your seats, and you have this thought in your mind, let me think, it's wine, cocktails, drinks. Let's see if I'm right about this or not. But I'll try to entertain you in meanwhile, before we see if I'm right about this. If we could just for a while just pretend that I'm right about this, that transportation is being hit by digital tsunami. This is actually not said by me. I said some of the things that will happen over here to a former CEO of Nokia who was pretty close to the change within that industry. And he said, you guys have no idea what's coming towards you. but you better believe it. I do feel a bit that we talk about it a bit in a way. Let's take, for example, the automated, the AVs. We talk about the cities, well, this city has 100, this has 300, this has 500, as if the whole idea of digital disruption has to do with how much of stuff do we have. If that was true, long time ago, when fire was the biggest invention that the mankind had ever done, you could have thought that the Emperor Nero was a real smart city genius for burning the whole thing down, because there was a lot of fire in there. We fail to ask oftentimes, what do we do with technology? We do not need technology if we don't know what on earth are we going to do about it. And that's what I try to do. So for people, I would say, when you really think about what it is, this is what we're all after. We're never going to sacrifice this. Our freedom of mobility, our freedom to be able to go anywhere, anytime on a whim, just like that. And unless in the future we have something similar like this, not much is going to happen. We do get to do these bits and pieces of a bit of this and a bit of that, but something isn't really implanted into our minds. And we try to ask this also, done this to a lot of customers, and it really is embedded into the minds of every single one. And unless you actually get something like this done, you're not really doing anything. We were going about where we are with transformation. I'm happy that you all said that we're in early stages. When you're in early stages, there's not really much of research, and especially in transportation, I would argue that the research is follow the curve and follow intensely the curve. But when it comes to transformation or disruption or however you want to call it, it's pretty hard to follow the curve, isn't it? Because if you would have followed the curve in many other industries that really have been transformed into something different, you couldn't have. You know, if we take the telecom industry in year 85, if I would have been here saying, this will be the sexiest industry on earth that will drive the world economy and innovation, and I would have been laughed at. You put phones together. The price of the call between Antwerp and Brussels was politically decided. The infrastructure investments, everything was decided that way. Little did we know what happened. I do know also that in the likes of Nokia, pretty far along the 90s, they really anticipated that the biggest they can ever get, the highest penetration rate within the population is 5%. That could happen in Norway because they're so rich. 5% of the population could actually have mobile phones. And what happened? Let's take another one. Back in the days, somewhere a long time ago, shoe sales, shoe stores, they thought that, this digitalization, this will never happen to us. It's just a nightmare. But everybody wants to, touch the shoes and look at them in stores. So no way, it's never going to touch us. And I would say we're a bit in this phase, especially after COVID. Everybody says, the nightmare of disruption and digitalization is gone. We can keep on going like this. Then at some point, we start getting into this turning the screw, but the same screws that we have. Let's do a bit more, a bit more. This is when the shoe stores decided that, yes, we will have an internet page and more people will come to the store. This is good. Let's do this. At some point, Zalando came and kind of wiped them out. And this is not just the industry, it's happened everywhere. Actually, what I heard, which is to the previous one, what I heard from the guys at telecom industry is same could be applying to the automotive, is that it doesn't matter how many things you sell as long as the average revenue stays. You can produce, if you produce less, but you get the same money out of people, you're doing actually better profits, aren't you? So that's the important part, not to become something, especially in the people transportation, do not become utility. Now, you can close your eyes now, just wake up for the wine and think about, because this thing that we're transforming, it's quite a personal thing. When we go to people, freedom is an extremely personal thing. So this is about you. And you, how about doing this? I can do this. I've done this quite a number of times. I'm pretty sure if I ask how many of you have a car, there's going to be a lot of hands. Yes, go on. Come on, you have it. Yeah. And now you can close your eyes and think about what will I have to do to really convince you out of this. Why I think this is the biggest question. Sometimes it is about questions. Like I said, digital disruption is not always about how many these kinds of AVs, these kinds of digital, do we have APIs, do we have this, but do we have actually the right things that we're moving for? How are we asking the right question? And why I argue that this is the biggest question. And actually, this industry, we're solving the biggest question of our times, both for sustainability, but also for economic growth. It's pretty easy to look at the macroeconomics. It's the second largest consumption. 20% of people's money go into this. 76% of that money lies on an asset that is used 4% of the time. Now, we have a lot of logistics companies over here. If you now go into a bank and say, I will have a fleet of 1,000 trucks, and if I push it, the usage will be 5%. Do you think that the bank will come and say, yes, money here, go, go, go. If you push it to 6, we're happy. But this is what we're basing most of the actual money out of this. Now, for sustainability, what I read from the EU that by 2030, we're responsible for about 40% of the carbon emissions. At the same time, and most of that is actually people transportation, most of that is in the private vehicles, about the same amounts. As we speak today, really, so the push of people, as we speak, there's 70 million cars waiting to be replaced. And as an industry, not much is still going on. So I'd say it's relatively obvious we have to solve this, and it will be solved as well. One of the profound things of, if I cannot know exactly what happens 2040, but there are some similarities from other sectors that we can look at it. The disruption or the transformation of internet. Oh, I might be moving too fast because it's closing, or it's showing that I have, wine is kicking in. One thing that we know about the transformation of internet is that it actually puts together the visibility for supply and demand. And now let's really think about in our minds a map where someone would have on a map everything, everyone's trip intentions, every single one in Brussels or in the whole EU would have that, and at the same time would have the visibility and access to all the means of transportation. Now, wouldn't that be something? I get asked a lot that, coming from Finland, that how about the countryside, these new things will never happen there. But if you look at, if you would really get the access to every means of transportation, it would be quite a dense map altogether. Now, new models that will happen will actually have to work for all these different angles. It will have to... Ooh, it's starting to get spooky, huh? It will have to work for the user. And this is what we as an industry, because we're a bunch of, a lot of engineers, we tend to forget. If you cannot sell the freedom to the user, you're not going to make it. It has to work for business, and this is what the governments tend to often forget, but it also has to work for the society. You have to come up with the whys and what to do. Remember the question, what would be better than owning a car? And still has to do all of these things. So, just because sometimes future is about dreaming of things, what if the alternate currency is such that I will give you a package that says that, okay, like we said, visibility, you have access to everything. And trust me, the interoperability is not really an issue. I know for a fact it's not. It's not a technical issue. There's another topic on it. So, less than your car, you get to use 50 kilos of CO2. So that becomes the cryptocurrency of future. You have X amount of CO2 for yourself. Now, what would that mean for me as a business? It means that like Netflix, I get a flat rate out of you and you have a buffet of a lot of things. I want to make you eat pasta. I want to make you eat potato, which means that every time you actually do a sustainable choice, I'm earning more money out of this one. So the business model and the user case actually supports also sustainability. And this is how easy it is when you really start putting all of those things together. As the last one, you have to remember that we have this embedded idea of kind of car as the freedom insurance for everyone. It's not like it happened on a path that was set. It was actually a vision that was set. The Futurama of 39, that this is how the city should look like, cars are like this. But let's imagine a world where the demand changes. And trust me, the younger generation do not think that way, that I need a car at the age of 18. They want to postpone it for as long as they can. So if the demand changes, definitely how the cities look like changes. Now, this is kind of interesting because at the same time, how cities are built, decisions today are effective somewhere 2040, 2035, and they will be up and running for a long time. So it definitely is a time to rethink the Futurama, the vision of how the city should look like. Now, when we think about future, and now really for the people, how people move and what will it look like, there are things that will change. Hopefully, the average revenue per user will remain because then the industry is good. And then there are things that will remain. I think there's one really good bet. Freedom, something that actually gets us more freedom, is a good choice. Something that's less freedom is not going to be sustainable business-wise. Freedom will definitely remain and grow. The way that it's delivered to people, that will change. Squirming? Wine? Yes, I was right. Now you have to trust me.
Thanks, Sampo. That's a wild statistic about Nokia thinking 5% was going to be their peak market share. That's really crazy to think about. So if you want to take a seat up here, and Pero, you can come up and
not market share, the total penetration.
Total penetration.
How far it can ever go in the wildest dreams. That was the
anybody having a cell phone. Yeah, that's really wild. Okay, so I have got about 20 minutes here. I've got a question for each of you, and then we'll go to the audience for questions from Slido. Go and start putting your questions in now, and then I will put them to the panelists. Pero, I wanted to ask you, so when we're thinking about the future and whether transportation is going to change fundamentally, particularly looking at trucks, buses, this type of thing, you mentioned hydrogen in your presentation. Do you think hydrogen is going to be a solution for the future?
Hydrogen could have been a solution if we started 20 years ago. With building the infrastructure, and this was the solution, and we would not have invented better batteries. But today, as I said, there is no striking, convincing argument for hydrogen if you have a battery electric infrastructure. So we do not have, like, I'm from Germany, we have like the best charging infrastructure for hydrogen, and still, we have, I think, less than 2,000 hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles on the road, and we have 1.2 million battery electric vehicles. So the market is already decided. That's for cars. For trucks, we did a study. Even the heavy-duty trucks, the long haul, half of them does not exceed 400 kilometers per day. So 400 kilometers per day is a lot less than the 800 kilometers. How long can a driver drive before they need to have a break? 4 hours. So 800 kilometers, 4 hours. How long is the break? 45 minutes. 1 megawatt of charging is 45 minutes from 20 to 80% at least. So there is no reason for hydrogen. And the biggest argument, the most important argument is we need 3 times the renewable energy for the same amount of kilometers. So they're going to be a lot more expensive. And we need hydrogen for different uses. We need it in production. We need it as a technical gas. And it's not suitable really for transporting it from, as many people imagine, we produce hydrogen in the desert because we have a surplus of energy. There is no surplus of energy, almost no. So we produce it in the desert, and then we like ship it. It's not like methane. It's not like LNG. So again, there is no convincing reason for it, and even the charging isn't.
Sampo, it sometimes feels, especially here in Brussels, that everyone's looking for the holy grail that's going to solve all of our transport issues to make it, I think it's probably, as you said in your presentation, both sustainable and affordable. So, Sampo, as you're looking forward to the coming decades, what do you think is the secret ingredient to boost transformation of mobility of people in the EU?
I would say that daring to make the mobility industry B2C industry really considering it as a market. As you said, that everybody kind of wants to control the fate, wants to control the future. If you look at it from one angle, which is kind of like city angle, you want to find the holy grail to look at people like ants, and I move them nicely around. I'm a transport engineer, so I get to mock that a bit. But it's not the way that it happens. You need to give people freedom to choose. You need to let the markets actually innovate. You need to let that happen. And this kind of debating of how do we produce it is the one that's really keeping us down, which is kind of silly. In the interoperability that I heard previously over here, it's been a bit of a silly because I actually do that, and I've done hundreds of them, and I've not done thousands of them, never for the reason of technical. It's the ecosystem part of non-willingness to actually get things moving.
What do you think gets us past that non-willingness?
Sad to say as a startup CEO, but it takes political leadership. Yeah, I know. I lose all the credibility by saying that, but that's how it is. Roaming didn't really happen by the industry. It happened by a push. So having a vision of how the markets work is also pretty good for businesses. You can then predict what to do if the market is stable, and it's shown that this is how we go about it in the EU. Now there are like all kinds of different models of this and that and that.
Pero, sometimes people make the argument that if whatever sector becomes overly dependent on technology, it's harmful to SMEs and helpful to the big businesses that can afford that technology. Do you think small and medium-sized transport operators, both in mobility and in logistics, will still exist beyond 2040? Is there a risk or a probability, if you want to think of it, non-judgmentally, is there a probability that all of this new technology crowds out the possibility for SMEs to participate in this space?
For technological, economic, and psychological reasons, small companies usually and more fall behind in productivity behind the larger ones. That's almost like law of nature. Will there be the small ones? Yes, provided that they are not alone, provided that they are part of a network, provided that they are part of a franchise, provided they are part of a corporation. If they're the romantic 2-3 truck business, will have a hard time.
Sampo, it was interesting in your presentation, so you showed the concept, right, where you could, on your smartphone, see all of the different forms of transport available to you that go well beyond just private car ownership, right? And yet, as we know, the model of private car ownership is deeply ingrained in not all societies, but a lot of societies, certain societies more than others. I'm from the United States. It's deeply, deeply ingrained there. I would say most of the people I grew up with have never been in public transport in their life. That would be unusual here in Europe, at least in Western Europe. Do you think that the concept of private ownership of mobility for people in the EU can disappear over the 3 decades? And if yes, what impact will this have on the way that the commercial road transport industry serves its customers?
Well, first of all, to the kind of notion we tend to have, I've given over 2,000 speeches about this, and I always get this thing that, we in US, we in Sweden, we in Finland, we just love to own our cars. And never is it really true. It's only true for the 40-plus men, actually. Let's face it. This is the reality. Even in US, for like 2 decades, the younger generation gets older and older getting a driver's license. So the dream of getting a driver's license as fast as possible, that might be about there. Getting a car, not really. It's more and more you start seeing they want to postpone buying the car as much as possible. More in Europe, but also coming into the US. Who do we need to build the future for? It's not us, sorry. It's the 20-year-olds if you really want to do it. So I do know that the demand actually is there. Where is it hanging? Will it happen? Will it not? Do we get ourselves? So this was not an ideological question, by the way. What would it take for giving up the car? You need to be better. Do we get something out there that really serves the people better? It is at least as affordable, as cool, as individual, as convenient, and definitely gives you the same range as the car. So that kind of defines it. I do not think that people really have that, and I know it actually. People do not really have that kind of a religious thing on ownership of the car. If you give them something better, they'll flip.
Aside from those 40-plus males, I guess.
I get to mock because I'm a 40-plus man.
As well, so we will still be around then. So we're going to have our hobby cars, maybe.
Hobby cars will exist.
Right.
And look, it doesn't mean that everybody has to do it, but it's worthwhile pursuing having something as meaningful as something as pricey. And well, I said it's not an ideological question. I mean, we need to come up with something that people are willing to pay as much as well. And I can do it for you. If instead of your car, which is probably not your dream car, you have access to tens of beautiful cars that are lying around there, you can open any one of them. And, you know, when the family's there, you take the SUV. When they're out, you take a convertible.
Yeah, so in other words, it's a circumstantial reality rather than an ideological reality. Yeah. It's not that people are inescapably attached to private car ownership. It's that
nobody's done anything better.
Exactly. Depending on where they live, where they grew up, that's just the circumstance that they know.
Yeah.
We've had a couple questions come in from the audience. I'll go ahead.
And car sharing up to today is just cumbersome. Is difficult. So what you presented is an easy solution, and therefore it's going to work.
So, Pero, the first question that we have here, I think, is probably for you.
Yeah.
Question is, if electrification, battery electric vehicles are the solution, do we have the grid capacity to carry all of those new vehicles and industry needs? Do we have enough supply?
So, do we have it today? Speaking about Europe, no, not yet. Speaking with all those utility providers, they are pretty relaxed. When it comes to the capacity and to the grid. In the worst case, and we calculated this, not just we, others calculated this for Germany, the worst case we need 20% more electricity if we electrify the entire fleet of Germany, which is 45 million vehicles. So the 20%, we've seen how much we save when we stop mining, refining, and distributing fossil fuels. So for every liter of diesel, there is, people argue about that, a couple of kilowatt hours that we need to produce the liter of diesel. And if we use this kilowatt hours in an electric car, we would have already half the distance that the diesel provides. So it's going to be a transition. So the grid and the quantity of electricity is not really a bottleneck. We will see and we will live through a transition period, but that is not the problem. And it's and if it is a problem, then it's even more a problem with e-fuels, and it's even more a problem with hydrogen.
Let me put this the second question there for you, Sampo. So it's about lithium. Most lithium comes from Australia, Chile, and China, which also dominates in processing lithium and making batteries. Can the EU be at the forefront of electrification? This is a concern we hear a lot when we don't want to replace one dependency for another. We don't want to replace our dependency on Russian fossil fuels for a dependency on raw materials from China. What's your perspective on that?
Well, coming from Finland, I know that there's actually quite a lot of those. So yeah, maybe we can get lucky as Norway did at some point in all of this. Of course, this is an issue of the raw materials. Somehow, I would like to kind of think of it also in a way that EU never was really the best in the raw material kind of thing. We were always in refining. My much bigger worry for EU is that we become a raw material kind of area where our innovation, our markets are not the ones that are driving things. Our consumer markets are not the ones that are the most advanced ones. We've seen that a lot in quite a lot of changes, that they start coming from left and right in here, even though we have the early innovations.
So Perry, here's a question for you. Based on the future perspectives given in the presentations on battery development, do you see challenges related to special purpose vehicles, such as those involved in snow shuffling, snow plowing, on roads in rural areas during the winter season in Scandinavia and other parts of the world.
If I may first add to the lithium
Yeah, sure.
question. So most of the lithium is refined in China. So one is mining, one is refining.
Right.
The United States has enough lithium to electrify the entire planet, US alone. Bosnia has lithium, Germany has lithium, Finland has lithium. Lithium is pretty abundant, even in the oceans we have it. And if lithium, again, we need 30% of the lithium for all the electrification, including the stationary batteries, for the entire planet, 30% of what we know today. And the more we look, the more we find. So in like the last 10 years, lithium reserves didn't go down. They went actually up because we found more. That's one thing. So, but is Europe going to be at the forefront? I'm with you. No, because we are still too slow, and I don't see the factors that are going to change this. Special purpose vehicles, there is no real reason. We worked with Liebherr, built one of those big machines, and they say, well, we build machines for men, for real men. So these are big and these are diesel.
Plus men.
And they're just and they really refuse to like think about battery electric vehicles, because battery electric sounds for people like weak and like nothing really. No, it's not. It's absolutely viable. And the ranges that those special purpose vehicles need are pretty minuscule compared to what is possible. And the temperatures, LFP batteries and LMFP batteries are not like the regular lithium-ion NMC batteries. They're way less prone to malfunction in cold weather. And heat pumps change the game too. So there is no real big loss anymore as we had it 10 years ago.
It's a lot about changing perceptions.
Right.
Let's do the last question now. Very simple one. Sampo, it's for you. What is the future of data privacy? As you outlined that whole model there, doesn't that necessarily require people giving up a little bit of their personal data to get those tailored transport solutions?
Yes and no. But how I see it is that we think of this with a bit of an old-fashioned glasses. Data privacy really, well, there's different parts of it, but mostly it became an issue when we got something for free, and in exchange we gave our data. That became the product, and whether it's Google or Facebook or others, they will then make that give us stuff free. Now, if I remember the average revenue per user for the highest one, I think Facebook gets about 20 cents a month from us for selling our data, and it's actually the value of the data is per person is more or less going down. People spend hundreds of euros, for example, into mobility. I think this was just a temporary phase where data is sold behind our backs. It will go into, if I'm your mobility operator, you pay me that 900 euros. Would I make you angry by selling behind your back for 20 cents your data? I would not. I would make sure that this is a thing that I will not break at all. So your data is no longer the product. So I think we will get to it also with the business logic, that it's one of the most profound things, that it's with the person that actually owns everything. You decide then where do you open it up. And
well, I think we're hearing some of the sounds of the rehearsals for the Omegang outside, which we may have a nice view of those rehearsals during the networking drinks, which would be very cool. But that's all the time we have for the panel. How about a round of applause for Sampo and Pepe? Thank you both so much. And so now the three of us are going to vacate the stage, and I'll welcome back to the stage Raluca and Umberto for some closing remarks.
So Raluca and Umberto is now Raluca because the Secretary General kindly assigned me the task. Because as you can all hear, and as Dave said, there is big celebration going on like out there. So it's celebration time. You see, I also changed my outfit to be more in a celebration mood, let's say. So the celebration, I have this bad news for you, unfortunately, is not for IRU. So I would have loved to say that the drums out there and the thousands of people you will see are for IRU, but not. You heard the mayor in the beginning is just not IRU. So it's the Belgium national team for handball, which just won. Oh my goodness, sorry. Basketball. Just won the European Championship. But ladies, yes. Anyway, not IRU, right? So now I will keep the conclusion remarks very short. And I think that images always talk better than, or show, or they go to our feelings better than words. So I would like to just base my concluding remarks on an image. This is the image, and I will explain it to you in a second. So, learning from yesterday, we started with the past. It can apply to our sector. It's a human being, but it can apply to our sector too, right? So, learning from yesterday, then we went to the middle section of our event today, which is today acts prudently, but because what have we heard in the middle section? We are at a crossroads. We don't know exactly as a sector what the future will bring. Will it be only electricity, hydrogen? How much digitalization will impact all of this? The role of e-fuels, we are prudent about it. We don't know exactly what to take, what to embrace yet, but we are determined to change. And then this is the future. It looks like an old man, but actually what it means, and I would like to change a bit. Actually, these were not my words. Learning from yesterday to act today, acts prudently, are the words coming with the painting, actually. And I won't go into tell you the painter. You will have to find out. That's a little homework from today. And I will change the last part, and it's so by his action, he builds a great future. So don't be tricked by the old man. So that's the conclusion for the today and for the discussions that we had today. But again, it's a celebration time and it's also a thank you time. So I would like to thank very much to our speakers, to IRU team and sub-teams that made this event possible. We have a big number of colleagues who contributed to the event today, from the communications team, events, marketing, advocacy team, and special thanks to my colleague Eloy, who made these wonderful videos that touched our hearts. So special thank you to him. Some applauses. To the audiovisual team, who's today with us. To the pianist, is unfortunately no longer with us here, Maxime. And of course, to all of you who decided to spend your day today with us and join us in order to celebrate this special anniversary together. Thank you very much. So now we'll just have some networking drinks. They are still in the marriage room. Very nice, no? The marriage room. So you see where people marry in Brussels, at least those in living in this. I didn't marry here, but anyway. So these are the networking drinks, and those of you having accepted and having the invitation for dinner, the dinner will take place at a restaurant which is just opposite from here. So hopefully you will find it. And normally it starts at 7:30, but try not to be too late because there will be a lot of people in the square, and at some point the city hall warned us it will be quite difficult to get out of here. So we may be trapped. Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.